thank you. I think let's move forward to start the symposium.
Sharmeen, please come. Yeah, thanks.
Yes. Hi. Hello. Good morning, everyone. And yeah, we are glad to see a number of participants over here. And my name is Sharmeen, and I am a research fellow with IDEAS, but I am also a member of ISET. So this is, of course, today a very exciting collaborative event that is being held. So before we move on to the keynote address in a little while, I'll just try to give a brief introduction to ISET, basically, so that we have some idea about it, and the kind of and to understand that also we need to get a sense of the importance of the history of economic thought as a discipline, as an area of study, because as we know, it is a much more marginalized area within mainstream economics, especially as it's taught the world over. There are few centers relatively which concentrate on that. So, and even to foster kind of, a tradition of history of economic thinking, there are some established HET societies that we find in Europe, in North America, Latin America, and even Japan. So, but it was kind of lacking in India. But over the past few years, thanks to the efforts of some people, we have managed to have some events in this area, and therefore necessity was felt to, establish a platform for scholars. And through that, ISET, or the Indian Society for the History of Economic Thought, was formally established in September 23, when we were having a first major 3-day workshop and conference on HET at Azim Premji University in Bangalore. So basically, with the establishment of ISET, there are a few major aims and goals, such as, creating conditions for research in this area, intellectual histories, history of concepts, in that kind of a sense. It is to create a space where we are able to interact and maybe even train teachers in history of economics, and also create a space for students, especially say graduate scholars who are looking to work in the area. So it's done through holding like the conferences, some talks, and I guess we are planning to make more such kind of interventions in the future, which will create space for more research. So, so far, some of the major events held in the history of economic thought in the past few years have been, there was the SRAFA workshop, which was held last year. We have also had at the Center for Development Studies, and we have had conferences. And of course, the first major conference was held last September. And now this coming October 2024, we will have the first formal ISET held conference at Hyderabad University. So, of course, I would urge people here to kind of keep an eye out for that and also apply for it well. So, of course, as far as IDEAS and ISET together are concerned, we are interested in building a greater institutional collaboration between the two, so that we can have research and outreach in different realms of HET, also such as teaching and pedagogy, curriculum studies, having general discussions around the area, creating space for more intellectual histories to be developed. So these are some of the aims of our institutional collaboration. And towards this end, especially with regards to curriculum and pedagogy, we plan to hold a more intensive workshop in the future, which of course you all will be kept aware of, and we will be disseminating that information. And kind of the idea is that especially AGT is a particularly interdisciplinary field. And in fact, that is also evident from the symposium participants today who are coming from different disciplines. We have historians, we have political scientists who are part of the discussion today, of course, and also economists. So the idea is to foster these kind of engagements, interactions, and research. I would also urge the participants, if you want to get more news about ideas, events, and also to get a sense of what the Understanding Indian Economy Constellation is planning to work on, then do subscribe to Ideas newsletters. That way you will be made more aware of the events and programs as they are being held. And kind of lastly, before I will hand over to Alex to shortly begin the keynote lecture, I would also, on behalf of ISET, we want to thank the Ideas organizing team who have made this entire symposium possible, putting in, taking care of the logistics to making all this happen. We would like to extend thanks to Dipanshu Mohan as the Dean for really encouraging this symposium to take place and having work in AGT build up in the Understanding Indian Economy Constellation. We want to thank Polyamory Bhadra for taking care of a lot of the work that has made this symposium possible. And of course, also thank the constellation members of the Understanding Indian Economy, who have also contributed towards making this particular symposium possible. Okay, so with that, I would kind of move into introducing Alex Thomas today, who is going to be delivering the keynote lecture for us for this opening event of Ideas and ISET. So just to introduce Alex briefly, Alex M. Thomas is an associate professor of economics at Azim Premji University, Bangalore. He is also currently serving on the Council of the European Society for the History of Economic Thought, that's ISET. And of course, he's also one of the founding members of the Indian Society for the History of Economic Thought. Alex, in the past few years, has also made some vital publications in this realm. And in 2019, along with Ajit Sinha, he co-edited this volume called Pluralistic Economics and Its History, which was published by Routledge. And he has also published a book called Macroeconomics and Introduction, which is meant as a good reader for Indian students and an introduction to macroeconomics, which is combining examples from India and it's trying to show its relevance in this in the Indian context. So it's a vital intervention in this field. So with that, I would like to hand over the stage to Alex, who will deliver his keynote address to us.
Thank you so much, Charmin. I'm actually very delighted to be here, but here is, of course, Bangalore in my home. But still, digitally to be present with all of you, and especially a huge thanks to Mrinalini and Avanindra for holding this. And I must say that before I share the slides, it's also, I think that given that history of economic thought is marginalized, I think it's very important that we situate it also within understanding Indian economy. And I think from that standpoint, I really appreciate the fact that you've located HET within the Indian economy constellation. Okay, I think I need the screen sharing privileges. It's as of now not enabled.
Oh, just a second.
Yeah.
It should be working right now.
Yeah, it works now. I hope all of you can see my slides in full screen. So I've titled it Economist Amnesia, HET as an Antidote. I mean, partly these keynote lectures supposed to, I think, provoke maybe a little bit, but of course not provoke you too much. So let me begin. And given that my aim in this lecture is going to, I mean, it's intended for a wide variety of audience, which might include students who are doing their BA to advanced PhD students to practitioners and colleagues of economics. And the way in which I'm situating economics is to see it in the realm of policy making, in the context of research, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the different methods that are used by economists and also in teaching. Given this, I want to really focus more of my attention in this talk on BA and MA economics. And the reason for that is the following, because very few actually go on to do a PhD. And therefore, the curriculum in and of itself becomes important. And very often, when we talk about, let's say, BA economics or MA economics and the economics that is taught there, the response that is given is that, but that is not where the frontier of the discipline is. And I think that this is absolutely true. But given that the frontier of the discipline and the limitations of mainstream economics has not really trickled down into our BA and MA economics curriculum, I think that it is still very important to talk about what happens at this level. And just to motivate that a little further, many people, many students who do their MA economics might go on to work in the RBI, in different policy institutions, in different NGOs, in different corporate sectors. And I think that given all this, it is extremely important that there is still attention that is focused on what gets taught in BA and MA economics. I want to spend a little bit of time on economic methods. This, of course, it evokes all kinds of different responses in us. And given that today, I think as most of us are aware, it is certainly the time of the applied economists. Given that most people work in econometrics, and particularly there is a lot of demand for causal econometrics, I think that that is one big economic method that is being used by economists, and it's also being taught in economics programs. But within applied, I also want to highlight the role of fieldwork, which I think probably is now the importance is slightly reduced in the overall hierarchy of things, but we still need to recognize that. There is work in theory that happens across different paradigms in economics. And I mean, I'm sort of proposing history of economic thought as a different economic method itself here. And I'm drawing on Cristina Marcuzzo's 2008 journal article, where she talks about many methods, but I just want to highlight two methods here, which are called rational reconstruction and textual exegesis. So this is just to indicate that within economic methods, there are many. You could be doing econometrics of various kinds. You could be doing field work. You could be doing theoretical work, or you could be doing history of economic thought. And within that too, there are different methods. I have put applied and causal in inverted, I mean, in quotes, to highlight that if one looks at the philosophy of science literature or the philosophy of economics literature, you notice that there are many different definitions and theories of what it means to, what causation means. And given that as students of economics, we don't really have philosophy of science in our curriculum, history and philosophy of science, we don't really get an understanding that causality has been historically defined and understood in so many different ways. Whereas today in econometrics, there seems to be a way of understanding causality. And this book by Cartwright, I think, is a very important book. And I mean, she in this book also engages with economics. And I want to maybe, spend few seconds to read out this quote from the Nobel laureate in physics, Weinberg, because I think it's also relevant to how we understand our discipline today. The fact that the standards of scientific success shift with time does not only make the philosophy of science difficult, it also raises problems for the public understanding of science. We do not have a fixed scientific method to rally around and defend. So if I were to change the signs in this quote with economics, I think the quote still holds true, except that the last sentence might need to be altered because it looks like we do have a fixed scientific method to rally around and defend. And today it might be a particular way of doing causal econometrics. Tomorrow it might be something else. But what history of economics allows us to do is to understand that at different points in time, there have been different methods that have gained popularity. And here I also want to maybe just plug in this book by Paul Feyerabend, who's a philosopher of science called Again's Method. And the principal claim in that work of his is that even within practitioners of science who do physics or who do biology or chemistry, people claim that there was one scientific method. And Feyerabend's argument is that no, there are multiple methods that scientists use. And I think this recognition becomes important because this then has to trickle down into our teaching and also in the kinds of research pathways that are available for both students and researchers. So again, economic methods, I want to highlight here the plurality of economic methods, which needs to be underscored in both our curriculum and research. So now I'm going to get into a little bit, try to break down the study of microeconomics and macroeconomics and what I mean by amnesia of a certain kind. I mean, this is very well known. I think that it's unfortunate that Varian and Mankiw get a lot of criticisms, but it's also true that they have written one of the most popular books in microeconomics, which are used worldwide. But what is these textbooks of microeconomics telling us? One, they are offering us a theory of the consumer, and they're also offering us a theory of the firm. And there's also discussion on externalities, sometimes on game theory and related matters. This quote by Samuelson is extremely popular, and I'm sure that many of members in the audience know this. And let me read this out. Paul Samuelson writes, "Let those who will write the nation's laws, if I can write its textbooks." Right? It's very clear, as I've mentioned before, the teaching of economics is central because people who are trained in these kinds of modes of thinking go on to do various things in policy realm or in research or in the corporate sector in various ways, or just directly deciding who to vote for when the elections are around the corner. What microeconomics offers, and I'm going to just make it slightly differently, put it differently, is that it allows us to talk about what determines prices. It gives us a theory of wages and profits. It also talks about competition. It also talks about markets. But if that is the case, then there have been many economists who have contributed to talking about prices. And in the abstract to this lecture, I had mentioned Piero Sraffa's work, and I'll talk a little bit about him later. There have been many other thinkers who have spoken about competition. For instance, Karl Marx has spoken about competition. But the question remains, why is it that we do not, let's say, include the work of Marx or the work of Sraffa in microeconomics? And here I want to again introduce you and just briefly, very briefly really, to talk about there exists different ways to teach microeconomics. For instance, this book by Fred Lee is titled Microeconomic Theory, a Heterodox Approach, which is largely inspired by the work of Keynes, Keletsky, Sraffa, and who are called post-Keynesian economists. And this book by Fabio Petri, it is an advanced book. It's not a book for BA students. I think it's a book for PhD students, where he juxtaposes marginalist microeconomics, which is what is commonly taught in Varian and Mankiw, and provides an alternative to understand microeconomics coming from the tradition of Sraffa and other political economists. So again, the question to ask is, if one is writing its textbooks, are you making it very clear that this actually includes all the diverse traditions of doing economics, or are you communicating only a tradition of doing economics, which also in this context happens to be the popular one? Some elements about the history of microeconomics itself, and especially teaching. Very often, Leontief and the fixed coefficient production function is mentioned, but it's really there as an exception. It's there, or you mention Veblen's conspicuous consumption. So anything that unsettles the core logic of marginalist microeconomics is kept to an exception, and maybe nowadays those are also not really taught. But it is very, very highly unlikely that I've not seen a book on microeconomics really talking about the history of microeconomics and tying it to the history of utilitarianism, the political philosophy of utilitarianism. And when you talk about utilitarianism, it is important that we recognize that methodologically the individual becomes at the center. So methodological individualism. And that is one way to do economics, but there are other approaches which reject methodological individualism and would prefer methodological holism. And so, even within the history of microeconomics, and microeconomics textbooks do not tell us enough about at least these kinds of contextual histories, especially the political philosophy of utilitarianism. And given that, I think that the distinction that is often made in Econ 101 between positive and normative economics, I think is not really tenable, because what people think, or the idea of normative economics is what should happen, and positive economics is what is happening. But what should happen in the past influence what is happening today. So if you're able to bring in time or history in a central way, this kind of a distinction between positive and normative economics breaks down. Of course, it also is unable to incorporate elements of ethics and ethical considerations into economic thinking. Now, sometimes when we talk about microeconomics, most of the microeconomics that we learn today is drawing from a little bit from Jevons, Walras, Marshall, Pigou, and of course, very much from Samuelson. But I just want to mention here, if you look at it a little more historically, the fact of the matter is that these elements of thinking in terms of utility, these elements of thinking in terms of margins, a tendency to the full employment of labor, these thoughts that we today associate with marginalist economics, or some often called neoclassical economics, has also been there in the 1800s. Now, this is to say that since Adam Smith or since David Ricardo is writing, competing ideas or competing paradigms have always existed. Yes, we very often talk about the consolidation or the emergence of marginalist economics to the 1870s, but elements of marginalist thinking existed previously. But it is since the 1870s that we see the dominance of marginalist economics within the history of economic thought. And just to highlight again that the competition certainly in the 1800s was with classical political economy, which was offering a different way of understanding our economic surroundings. And certainly in the 1870s and the 1920s, then later Samuelson's work, there is a dominance of marginalist economics, but this is not meant that other traditions do not survive. There is ample work which are happening in other traditions, and I will talk a little bit about that. And this kind of, this slide is also to reject the view that sometimes history of economic thought is HET is taught in a linear fashion, which is to say that in 1800s you had Smith, Ricardo, in 1870s Jevons, Walras, and Menger came, and their theories were better, so people went on to adopt their theories, and that is not the case at all. So this brings me to the question, what about other traditions in economics? So one is certainly the Keynes, Smith, Ricardo tradition, or the classical political economy tradition. There is a very rich tradition inspired by the work of Karl Marx, also associated with the labor theory of value and a tradition of economics which is ongoing in that area. And I must also mention here that both Smith and Ricardo also had certain labor theories of value, different from Marx, but similar. Sraffa in the 1960 has a price theory, well developed. Again, the question, as I asked before, but we don't hear about Marx's labor theory of value, which is also a theory of price. Similarly, Sraffa's is also a theory of price, but we do not confront them. We do not engage with their ideas in our microeconomics classrooms. So this is the book by Sraffa, which is titled Production of Commodities by Means of Commodities, a prelude to a critique of economic theory. And what he meant by that was that he was, he was advancing certain critiques of marginalist economics, but in his work, there are also some critiques of Marx, there are also critiques of classical economists. There are people who have been inspired by Sraffa's work and have working in that tradition, one of which is Silos Labini, whose his work and Theory of the Firm. So this book, again, when we look at microeconomics books, it is not surprising, of course, but it's only the mainstream or the author of that book, what they think is the mainstream, that gets reflected. So when it comes down to students are getting a very myopic and a very selective view of what constitutes economics. Now, this work, which is about the economics of the rate of profit by Dumenil and Levy, also subtitled Competition, Crisis, and Historical Tendencies in Capitalism. Again, why is it that we do not teach what determines the rate of profit in a microeconomics classroom? And this is a more recent work by Anwar Sheikh, who's also writing in the tradition of classical political economy and Marx, where he's providing empirical evidence, theoretical conceptions to talk about microeconomic behavior as well as macroeconomic behavior. Again, when we look at our curriculum or what gets taught in our BA and MA in economics, it's still very much determined by marginless microeconomics. I want to spend a little bit time, not too long, but talk about the political implications, because as I mentioned earlier, the way in which marginless microeconomics is taught to us is as if it is positive economics. It tells us what is and no questions of what should be. And although macroeconomics, people recognize, has a lot of political implications because the government has to decide how much to tax, how much to provide subsidies, or what should the rate of interest be. The political implications of microeconomics, I believe, are at least not highlighted as much. And I want to point attention to something more elementary than, let's say, some kind of conflict between individuals, which is how do we understand how do we understand competition and how do we conceptualize competition? In marginless microeconomics, it is conceptualized using the concept of perfect competition. I've put versus free competition because in the work of, say, Smith, Ricardo, and Marx, there's a different notion of competition, which is quite different from perfect competition. And in fact, as students of economics, we know that perfect competition is anything but competitive. It's absolutely a static system, the way it is defined. However, many people who have learned about perfect competition go on again to do policy making. So how does this understanding of perfect competition have an impact on competition law? And in India, the Competition Commission of India actually makes use of some of these very problematic concepts from marginalist economics. So lawyers also use mainstream economics. How is industrial policy determined? How is trade policy determined? All of this have some connection with how we understand perfect competition. And here I just want to mention the work of my friend Lima Walling in 2022, where he tries to bring together different theories of competition from Austrian tradition, from the classical tradition, and from the marginalist tradition, and to draw out the implications. And this also means that it enriches our understanding of competition because depending on the school of thought, you have thought about competition differently, and which means that your policy conclusions and your policy implications also vary. Now, I want to go to the question of minimum wages. And this is a very commonly maybe taught and studied diagram in microeconomics. So what it essentially says is that if you have a minimum wage, and because, this is also set within the supply and demand tradition of thinking. If you have a minimum wage, what it actually does is that it leads to unemployment. Now, this is coming from a particular way of thinking about microeconomics, which is coming from the marginalist tradition. And this is not the case in other traditions. Of course, now you have applied work which says that it's not the case, or you bring in imperfections into the model and you say it's not the case. But most people who are getting a basic degree in economics go with this kind of understanding, and they go on to maybe do various kinds of policies in businesses. Now, again, as I mentioned, the question of minimum wages is absolutely central. It has wide ramifications in how minimum wages policy is determined, how labor laws are determined. And I've traced out some of these issues in a short encyclopedia article which in 2023, which is titled The Political Economy of Wages. Now, moving on to the study of macroeconomics. Again, no surprises there, but Mankiw has written a book on macroeconomics too. And many of these principles align with the principles of microeconomics. And generally, the structure of macroeconomics is like this, that we are taught what is classical macroeconomics, wherein there is price flexibility and a tendency to the full employment of labor. Then we are taught ISLM model, which is said to be a Keynesian model, where there is a role for fiscal policy to increase employment. And then we're taught a host of new Keynesian macroeconomic models. And just like I mentioned in the case of microeconomics, what macroeconomics provides us with is a theory of output, a theory of employment, and a theory of price level. But again, like I asked, is this the only way of doing macroeconomics? Is this the only tradition of doing macroeconomics? And also, now there are so many debates about this, that what is the essence of Keynes's economics? And the funny thing about classical macroeconomics in one way is that it has got nothing to do with classical economics or classical political economy understood as the work of Smith, Ricardo, and Marx. ISLM has got, well, something to do with Keynes, but not majorly, because it is the intellectual invention of John Hicks. New Keynesian macroeconomics, people argue, has got nothing to do with Keynes because it is primarily marginalist macroeconomics, but given a different name. Right? So although these terms have classical Keynesian, they don't necessarily have analytical connections with those traditions. Now, this book that I've mentioned here tries to provide an exposition of Keynes's economics and extends Keynes's ideas to the long run. So you can ask questions about growth and accumulation if one is interested by drawing on this work. What about the history of macroeconomics? Again, I'm only going to talk about some very select points. Historically speaking, there have been two different ways of thinking about macroeconomics if you think about a theory of output. One, which is the marginalist way, which is to say that savings at full employment gets equilibrated with investment through variations in the rate of interest. And the rate of interest is determined then by either by some theory of the loanable funds or sometimes today by the rate of time preference. Right? So that's the mainstream new Keynesian idea. The principle of effective demand, which was put forth by the work of Keynes and also independently by the work of Kalitsky and further developed by Joan Robinson, Kaldor, and others, talks about the relationship between investment and saving very differently. As you can see, conceptually, the causation runs from investment to saving via variations in output levels, and there is no tendency to the full employment of labor. Now, this is a fundamental difference, and I think most of macroeconomics can be understood this way. Now, if one is interested in the work of Joan Robinson, you can look at this. And I want to raise this question of, again, go back a little bit in history and ask the question, what is classical economics? Because as I already mentioned, the way in which macroeconomics textbooks talk about classical economics is as if as if it is like marginalist economics. And I think that textbooks have got it wrong. And here, Sharman mentioned my book in the introduction, but I just want to mention that in my macroeconomics book, what I try to do is to provide a comparison between classical economics and marginalist economics, and how, and in the tradition of, when I say classical economics, it is Smith, Ricardo, and Marx, along with Keynes and Straffa, how that kind of a tradition provides us insights into various macroeconomic behavior and how that contrasts with marginalist macroeconomics that we often learn in ManQ and other popular mainstream textbooks. Again, the question of when we think of classical economics and the role of demand, because of the way in which macroeconomics books teach us and the assumption of Say's law, in my own research in the history of economic thought, I wanted to ask this question: did they have any recognition that demand plays some sort of a constraining role? And in this paper that is published in the Review of Political Economy, I point out that there are elements of thought in the work of many of these classical economists, which highlight the role of something like constraining role for demand. Now, what did political economists or classical political economists broadly have to say on the macro question? Now, already I mentioned that Marx has a theory of labor theory of value, and has a theory of competition, which can be taught in microeconomics courses, but it's not taught. Okay, fine. But what about the macro questions? Marx has written about money. Marx has written about production. He has discussions on growth and reproduction. He has discussions on economic crisis. And actually, when the global financial crisis happened, if one were a heterodox economist who was working in any of these traditions, you had a better sense of how to understand the crisis and have policy recommendations for the crisis, right? But again, we don't teach Marx in macroeconomics either. And then I was interested in this question of, again, as I mentioned, the question of demand, but more specifically in the work of Smith and Ricardo. And if I were to ask the question of growth, Adam Smith on the question of economic growth, Ricardo on the question of economic growth, what is it that they say? So for Smith, it is very clear that division of labor or technological progress has a role to play. Saving/investment has a role to play, and extent of the market, some kind of a demand constraint has a role. Right. So if you ask, if somebody who reads Smith, they know very clearly that if you want economic growth, you need technological progress, you need investment, and you need a market that grows. Now, Ricardo added to Smith's understanding by also highlighting the diminishing returns to land. Now, broadly speaking, some kind of an ecological constraint. So if you have technological progress that can offset the diminishing returns to land, there is a way to have economic growth. Like, again, another kind of amnesia which I want to highlight here, and the question, I'm leaving it as an open question to you. What additional insights about economic growth does Solow and Romer provide, especially in their Nobel contributions, the contribution that was recognized by the Nobel awarding committee? Right? Because if it is to say that technological progress matters for growth, it's already there clearly in Adam Smith. Right? If it is to say that endogenous technological progress matters, it's also there in Smith and Ricardo. Now, if it is to say that you want to integrate ecology in some way, the diminishing returns to land idea is already there in Ricardo. Right? So if one is interested in this, one can look at Heinz Kutz and Neri Salvadori's work in 1999. Again, there's a certain kind of amnesia where we happen to reinvent the wheel over and over again. And we are also in the habit of awarding Nobel Prizes to them. Now, circling back to what is economics and the definition of economics, because I spoke about the importance of talking about these things in the context of education. And this happens not just at the college level or the university level, but very much in the school level. So what happens in the school level is you're given a definition that is given of economics by Adam Smith, by Ricardo, by Marshall, by Samuelson. And then as this quote tells you, you are said that Samuelson's definition is the best definition. So again, what is being told from a very young age is that a linear kind of view of scientific progress within economics. So Samuelson's definition is better than all the other definitions of economics. Now, suppose you have a course in history of economic thought. There might be two ways to teach history of economic thought, and I've looked at many textbooks which, some which do this, or one is a very cumulative view, which is that you teach Smith, Ricardo, Marx, Marshall, and as if Marshall is an improvement over Ricardo, Samuelson is an improvement over Marshall, and of course, your textbook is an improvement over everything else, because that's the only thing that we read. Right? That's the cumulative view, which I think is problematic, because what I've tried to show so far is that there are multiple paradigms, there are contending paradigms, and we cannot really say that the work of Marshall is an improvement over the work of Ricardo, because they're operating with very different conceptual categories. So as I mentioned, multiple paradigms is the reality. And while I was reading this for another piece of writing, I came across Sukhomoy Chakravarti, who I think many of us will know is instrumental in planning. Right? And I've just given this book here with a short, small picture. Right? He writes that when he was studying in Calcutta University, again, Calcutta University was teaching everything that was mainstream, but he also had history of economic thought. So the way he was exposed to history of to classical political economy and Marx was because history of economic thought was there in the curriculum. And if you are interested in the biography of Sukhomoy Chakravarti, you can look at this biographical dictionary of dissenting economists. Again, the question to ask is, who within economics is doing this work? It's people who are primarily interested in the history of economics, and there's a particular method to engage with this. They are the ones who are bringing these ideas together. And since I've mentioned this biographical dictionary of dissenting economists, I also want to highlight this Edward Elgar book on women economists, where the editors have put together a compilation of biographical details on women economists. Again, in many of our histories or in our curriculum, even though women have contributed to many of these ideas, they are not adequately engaged with. And I think that this is a point that I want to make here, that the burden of history cannot fall on the history of economic thought course alone. Because for one, if there is a course, you just have one course in the entire curriculum. It might be an elective or it might be a compulsory course, but either way, it's just one course, one single course. And I think that the historical approach has to be embedded in our pedagogy so that it can be done in courses on micro, in econometrics, in mathematics, etc. I don't think that it makes sense to do it only within history of economic thought, because in history of economic thought, we also want to teach students the method of doing HET, which could be rational reconstruction or textual exegesis or historical reconstruction. So research continues in multiple paradigms, but, and I think this is where I think that both students and teachers, we are at a fix, because journal rankings matter for university rankings, they matter for promotions, they matter for visibility, they matter for grant applications and everything. So there is that. But here I want to share this, I think, always the relevant quote from Marx. The ideas of the ruling class are in every epoch the ruling ideas. That is, the ideas which is the ruling material force of society is at the same time its ruling intellectual force. So if you look at the journal rankings, if you work in history of economic thought, because history of economic thought is not mainstream, it will never be in the top A star or AAA journal ranking, right? So there is an internal hierarchy within economics that marginalizes history of economic thought and people who work in marginalized traditions within economics. It could be the method that you use, it could be the theory that you use, it could be the paradigm that you work in. And I think that these heterodox traditions, broadly understood in opposition to the mainstream, question status quo. And I think the other thing is that what history of economic thought also does is that the political implications of many of these ideas that are taught in marginalist microeconomics is also laid bare in history of economic thought course. I'm moving towards the end of my presentation. I think I've got a couple of slides. That's about it. I wanted to provide some samples of history of economic thought journals, and I've starred some of these because they are not history of economic thought journals, but they broadly, broadly publish in various heterodox traditions. So, Review of Political Economy, Cambridge Journal of Economics, but European Journal of History of Economic Thought, History of Political Economy, Journal of History of Economic Thought. So there are many history of economic thought journals if one wants to publish. Of course, they do not make it to the top ranking because the ranking is anyway determined by people who are working in a different paradigm with the certain internal hierarchy of what constitutes as good economics. Here, this brings me to the question of, I mean, maybe using a very strong word for this, but intellectual unfreedom. Now, what do I mean by that? Now, suppose a student or any person, any economist is interested to answer this question, what did Adam Smith think about economic development? Now, it requires an HET approach. You cannot do field work. You cannot do econometrics. Right? But now, if you try to do an HET approach and the journal, it gets published in an HET journal, it does not go into the rankings and it has various effects. So you are constrained by these journal rankings and other sociology of knowledge production in economics. But I really think what we are doing, well, intentionally or otherwise, is that I think we are restricting the scope of human ingenuity by deciding what is good economics. And good in quotes, in stars, because very often it depends on the method that is being used. It depends on the paradigm that you are working in. And it's not necessarily on what is the most appropriate method to deal with a certain question. And since that this is the last really slide, since we are the symposium is primarily about the history of Indian economic thought, I just wanted to talk a little bit about it. Since I'd published a critical survey of recent histories of Indian economic thought in the Japanese Journal for the History of Economic Thought, and where I highlighted 2 points. And I think the study of Indian economic thought can be done very well within the larger history of economic thought tradition. And I think that there's a lot of cross-fertilization possible between people who are interested in Indian economy and history of economic thought. But I want to problematize the idea of Indian a little bit here, which is one, I mean, how do we define an Indian? And is it connected to the idea of the nation state? Is it to the geographical, is it to how the geography is defined? Is it that they studied in an Indian university or did they study abroad? Or is it that they wrote about Indian issues? But I want to mention just 2 people here, I mean, among the many that I've highlighted. So P.J. Thomas in the 1930s, 40s applied Keynes's ideas to India, so specificities of the Indian context. And Krishna Bharadwaj used specificities of the Indian context to produce global economic ideas and concepts, and this is the idea of the interlinked markets. And just to mention, I am not related to E.M. Thomas or to P.J. Thomas by any stretch. I mean, people often think that is the case, but no, that's not the case. Thank you so much. And just one last, partly the inspiration for using this term amnesia comes from this work by G.N. Devi, which is a work on literary criticism, where it's really talking about how we have forgotten our own history. We have forgotten Indian economists who have contributed. We have forgotten, let's say, classical economists who have contributed. We have forgotten women economists who have contributed. So we're just happy with we're just happy with memory loss, and we are happy to think that we've produced new ideas. And I think history of economic thought helps us contain our memory loss to a large extent. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Alex, for that wonderfully illustrative talk. In fact, I think that, and even while looking at the title of your talk, I think that as you use that term amnesia, I think it was a particularly evocative term, and I'm glad you kind of brought that in. And I love that kind of the extensive kind of way in which you traced the history of economic thought, and also in terms of teaching and how there are aspects of parts of economics that have become more mainstream, and in that sense texts and textbooks are so crucial towards that. So it was interesting to kind of bring that perspective in. Of course, I don't have very many comments really, in the sense of the extensive kind of journey you took us through economic theory as well. But what I can say from coming from my own field and all, I guess the kind of points that really struck me were more towards the beginning of your talk, when you were mentioning this aspect of the plurality of methods in science itself, and of course that kind of permeates the debate on economic methods as well. So whether, as you said, whether it's methodological individualism or methodological holism, and I mean, interestingly enough, even science itself and the natural sciences also struggle to kind of find a fixity in terms of methods, and even defining what are dominant approaches. And naturally, and since the social sciences and especially economics does kind of try to take that on also to a great extent, I'm interested. It is very interesting, and the part is that we know even economics actually traces a lot of its origins to science, right? I mean, especially I think some of the earliest proponents who we consider when we study the history of political economy and all were doctors or physicists, and also that language has kind of come to be part of our economics as well. And in fact, one more point, and also at this point, I would urge everyone in the audience to also drop in their questions in the Q&A box, which Alex will address. Yeah, and coming to my, just the second observation, which I found, which was interesting, was your discussion on Hal R. Varian's textbook on microeconomics. Interestingly enough, I just I got this this other fact about Hal Varian, is that he was the chief economist of Google, right? And Hal Varian has written some interesting documents as well. And in fact, it's interesting to see how economists and the way in which the contemporary world, and say the use of data especially, and big data has been spoken of. And it reminded me of how Shoshana Zuboff in her work on surveillance capitalism quotes Varian extensively to see how he's talking about how Google and other big data companies, kind of are looking at commodifying private data, using it, analyzing it. And also, it's just something that struck out to me, that in the sense that how economics, especially amongst most of the social sciences and economists, have usually been amongst those who are closest to the policy fields, and especially as advisors, because in a sense, it's seen as one of the most, of the social sciences, it's seen as being one of the most technical, one of the most ahistorical, and also Just maybe if you could briefly comment on that, and then hopefully we should be getting in some more questions from the audience as well. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Shaman. So just, I mean, yeah, let me briefly respond to that. One is the relationship with sciences, and I think, I mean, I didn't really mention that too much in the presentation, but yes, Kene was a surgeon, and many of those people, of course, engaged in multiple fields of study. But I think, most pertinent maybe for our purposes would be the relationship with physics and engineering in the 1870s, with Jevons being inspired by that, Walrus also being inspired. And I think economics sort of moving from, I mean, earlier it was called political economy to economics itself, and even the change in nomenclature suggesting something like you're being like physics or you want to be more like the natural sciences. Um, so people have written about how, I mean, even the role of mathematics, but also the engagement with sciences has changed that. And I would say maybe even today, the entire randomized control trials, or the RCT, the RCT revolution in a particular way, if you think about it, medical sciences, of course, used it extensively. The RCT approach and the way in which we want to think of controls and treatment also is coming from medical sciences. And I think that there's a lot more interrelationship between the methods that are developed in the sciences and what we take on. But the issue is both, I think, within the sciences and the practitioners of science and the practitioners of economics, is that I think there's very less engagement with, let's say, the history and philosophy of medicine or the ethics of medicine. Similarly, in the economics context, there is very less engagement with the history and philosophy of economics as well as the ethics of economics. So we do not have these in our curriculum, and they need to be much more integrated within, I think, our curriculum and different courses that we do. And to your second point about, that's very interesting, and I shall take a look at that book on surveillance capitalism, because it's true. And actually, I think what the point that I wanted to make, which I don't think I explicitly said, is the way in which people think about competition has an impact on competition law, but also has an impact on how you view markets. So the solution for most of the people who have come from this perfect competition, marginalist tradition, is that if there is a problem, create a market for it. So you have a problem with environment, let's have a market for carbon credits. Right? You have a problem where there is inadequate, I think, kidneys, you create a kidney market. So, you have a problem. So whatever the problem is, the solution seems to be by setting up a market. But I don't think setting up a market by itself is an issue, but how you design the market. What principles are you going to employ? And I think this needs to be carefully thought about. And whether you want to base it on the atomistic individual efficiency, rationality, maximizing, methodological individualist position, or do we want to look at other traditions where they have theories of the firm, where you have pricing decisions? So I think that what we see is a lack of engagement with competing frameworks, even when we are talking about big data. And the point that you made, which I find, that's what I think requires economists to be most critical, because of the proximity to the policy arena. And I think this is all the more reason why I think economists should necessarily have a training in ethics, should have a training in history and philosophy of science and economics, because of that proximity. Now, if you are doing something just simply for intellectual fascination, I think that it's probably okay. You don't know enough about ethical considerations. But I think that this particular angle, I would say, makes that connect a little stronger. And one last point, again, even in the context of big data, I actually taught a basic course on statistics in society. And what we tried to do in that course was to spend a lot of time looking at how data is generated and the ethics of that process. And I remember teaching them or aspects of this book called Data Feminism, because feminist critique, which is about the question of power, needs to be brought into the question of big data, because very often we are just happy to be users of data, but how is this data actually being produced? So I think there's a lot of very interesting things that can be said about the history of measurement, the history of statistics, history of data.
Okay, yeah, thanks for that response, Alex. We've got a couple of questions from the audience. So maybe what I do is first place one or two questions or so to you, and you can answer. We have just about 5 minutes left in the session, so try to get in as many as we can. So just the first question is, where would you place the credibility of the empirical revolution in the broader context of the history of economic thought? Then the second question is that how do we is there a problematization in terms of bringing diverse scholars in the within Indian economic thought to the fore? And they're saying especially because there is a diversity of languages and all, which also kind of affects the way in which economists are perceived and received. So the question says, for example, the reception of Srafa was different amongst Indian scholars. So I guess asking about the diversity within the diversity in the reception of economists within India, and also coming from different cultural linguistic backgrounds. I can perhaps add in the third question as well, which I think you can combine all of them. This one is asking in the sense that one of the complications in terms of pluralizing the teaching of economics is that a lot of initial effort needs to go into defining the boundaries of economics, which is, say, for example, finance and business, and especially that kind of economics which is taught at an introductory elective course, say in engineering colleges, where I guess it is like a one paper or so. So keeping that in mind, does the intervention of introducing pluralism need to start earlier than the college level, say at the high school level? Or can it, or does that become too complex a project, both from an organizational perspective and syllabus perspective? So I guess, where does it really start and how do you fit it into different molds? Right. So these three questions.
So I have 5 minutes and I have three. So this is like the rapid fire round. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me try. So let me start with the third question first. And I think I agree with you that the pluralism has to start at an early level. And I think this is what, I mean, sometimes when I've tried to communicate this about pluralism, people respond by saying, oh, the students will get confused. But I think that this is not the truth, because in school, well, we have to learn different languages to understand our physical surroundings. We have to learn physics, we have to learn chemistry, we have to learn biology. That itself is three different paradigms or frameworks of understanding the same thing, or different parts of the same thing. Similar to, so we are breaking down human knowledge into various chunks to be able to understand it. And when we have the same phenomena being explained by two paradigms, I think it helps us understand both those paradigms better. And so I think that certainly I would say we are trained to understand this from a younger age, to make sense of the world, however complex and puzzling it might be. So yes, to pluralism, absolutely. To the question of the credibility revolution, one, I will just direct you to the work of Beatrice Cherrier, who has written about the history of empirical economics and all that. But let me just give you my own view on this. If you take a look at what was dominant in, let's say, the 1970s onwards to now, people in India, at one point, everybody worked on general equilibrium. That was fashionable. Then people worked on game theory. That was fashionable. Then there was a point where people worked on time series econometrics with the stock market data and all that. That was fashionable. Right? So it keeps changing. And of course, people like us who are alive today like to think that we are doing the best. Right? So it's also a certain kind of set. So I think that if you look at it in a historical trajectory, fashions have always existed in economics. It has always been fashionable to do one thing or the other, and they keep changing. I don't think anything is permanent that way because there are ebbs and flows in that. To the question about diversity and Indian economic thought, so one is that, I mean, there are two things here. I think because history of economic thought is not really taken as a way that, let's say, you can do a PhD in, and there's not enough training given to that. And we want to change that with such kind of initiatives as we are doing today, which is that where do you do this kind of work? And even if you do it, I mean, how do you have a critical perspective towards it? Right? This is not to say that if whatever PJ Thomas wrote is a good thing necessarily. There are problems with anything that everyone has written, right? Whether it's Marx or Straffa or PJ Thomas. But we have an additional responsibility, which is that people have written in regional languages too, vernacular languages. So, which means that translation becomes important, or you need to know multiple languages. Again, I think that we need to have maybe workshops or courses which enable translations to happen both ways. That is, from foreign languages to vernacular languages, as well as vernacular languages to other languages, so that we have a better appreciation. And I mean, this is a question, and this last point, and I'll end here. I asked this question to students. I mean, how many Indian economists do you study, actually seriously study? Maybe Amartya Sen is probably the only one. But so this is a big issue because we don't teach contributions made by Indian economists itself. And that is because we rely on textbooks which are primarily foreign, perhaps, or written by Indian economists, which are copies of foreign economists, foreign books.
Okay, yeah. Thanks a lot, Alex. And though we have a couple more questions in our Q&A box, but unfortunately, we are out of time and I need to pass on to the next moderator and discussant to speak about Ruchira's paper. But thank you, Alex. And I would also just urge the other attendees, if you do have questions, if possible, do try and place it within the first 5 to 7 minutes of the quick Q&A round, so that we have time to go through them possibly. So yeah, that's all. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sharman. Welcome everyone to the symposium, the IDEA Symposium on the History of Economic Thought. It's a very exciting lineup that we have, a lot of interesting papers, a lot of interesting topics to discuss. I'd like to introduce the next speaker, Dr. Ruchira Sen. Ruchira is faculty at the Jindal School of Journalism and Communication. She's done her PhD from the University of Missouri at Kansas City. And she's got a very interesting paper that, we're all looking forward to reading it. I've already read it and I found it very, very enjoyable, slightly controversial, but like all good academic papers, controversial and exciting. So without further ado, I think I'll open it up to Ruchira, and we'll have about 20-25 minutes of Ruchira's talk, following which I'll give, if there is time, I'll give some brief comments and we can take questions from the audience. Otherwise, we'll go straight to questions from the audience. So yeah, over to you, Ruchira, and perhaps in to you separately, just to have an idea of time. Over to you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. In the interest of time, I moved very quickly and shared my slides. Thank you, Rahul, for the glowing introduction and the words of encouragement. Sometimes I get worried about the controversy and, the ideas that come out of my own head. I get shocked by them, being from a very conservative culture myself. And then I get scared and then I think, oh goodness, why am I thinking about these things? So here we go. Okay, so my paper is on polyamory and abundance. And, the project really, and the aim of the project has been changing quite a few times. But the earlier I started trying to understand how much of Keynes' ideas I can relate to, his polyamorous lifestyle. Of course, earlier I was thinking bisexuality. to which, I think that was the wrong way to go about it. In part because Skidelsky also tries to emphasize that Keynes converted to a heteronormative framework, which, in Skidelsky's own words, was he said that it was more conducive to sustained intellectual effort, and therefore Keynes converted to a heteronormative lifestyle. I don't think that was the case, and I'm trying now to, work around this idea. In part, I'm drawing on Lydia Lopokova's biography by Julia Macrell. But I'm not there yet. But that is what, that is the part of the story of Keynes that irks me. And I feel the urge to try to, connect Keynes's own understanding of his own sexuality and his own experiences in trying to determine how that affects his economics. So, okay, with regard to biography, there are lots of Keynes biographies, actually. It's quite interesting. From Roy Harrod's biography is your very staid account that just sticks to Keynes's professional life. And, Harrod decides to completely take away from Keynes's personal life, in part because this biography was also commissioned by the Keynes family. And they wanted Keynes's intellectual achievements to be separated from his others. Skidelsky, when he wrote his actually 3-volume biography, you can see there's Hopes Betrayed, Economist as Savior, and Fighting for Britain. And then there is the condensed biography, which is Economist, Philosopher, Statesman. There's a couple of other volumes, like this one that's the Essential Keynes. So that is Skidelsky's edited volume of Keynes's own writings. But that's not strictly biographical. I use this to try to find Keynes's voice in all of this. But meanwhile, there are a couple of other non-economist kinds of biographies as well. So there's the Charles Hessian biography, which says that Keynes is more creative because of his bisexual experience, something that many scholars do not actually appreciate because they feel like Hessian has made too many psychotherapeutic or psychological leaps that they can't quite engage with. Moggridge's biography I love, actually. It's my favorite. Many people, of course, prefer Skidelsky to Moggridge. If Alex is still here, I'm told Alex says he likes Clark more than Skidelsky. But though, those discussions are still going on. And then there is a journalistic article by Zachary. I mean, there's a journalistic volume by Zachary Carter where he tries to actually bring Keynes back because he's writing to this post-2008 renewed interest in heterodox economics. How do I change my slide? Now, here are Keynes' sex diaries. This is from the Keynes papers. It's in the personal archive, and it's produced from Carter. What you can see here is actually the number of encounters and with whom. Keynes is quite prolific, as you can see. The various lovers are given from 1901 to 1915. So it starts with Dylan Knox, that was in Eton. Then there are a few years where nothing happens. And then in 1906, I think that's when Keynes is in Cambridge in his apostolic days. He is, GLS is Lytton Strachey. JBS is James Strachey. There are a bunch of other people here. DG comes in, that's Duncan Grant in 1908. And then something happens where, and there's a big argument with Strachey when Keynes is with Duncan because Strachey wanted to be with Duncan. And later on, what later becomes the Bloomsbury ethic, what is polyamorous, the idea of working on your jealousy or not being possessive, not considering love as a property relationship. These are all polyamorous thoughts. Now, Keynes, of course, does not, take on this kind of more Marxist reading of polyamory. Nonetheless, this is where his big discussion with Strachey is happening from 1908 onwards. I'm trying to get my hands on the Strachey Keynes letters. And yeah, I don't know if Avanindra or Ideas can help with that. I'm told they haven't been digitized yet, so we have to buy them. Anyhow, so 1908 is when there is this major fight between Keynes and Strachey over Duncan, and they are then evaluating how they think about their own ethic. By 1909, Grant finds other people to be interested in him, and Keynes is then going on, what he thinks of as some sort of like unsafe behavior. And many economists, including his colleagues, economist colleagues, are telling him now, like try that it's illegal, of course, to pursue sodomy and, try to be contained, try not to get into trouble. So there's a lot of people here. There's the stable boy. There's this, lift boy at Vauxhall, etc., etc. So in this process, Keynes also meets a wider variety of friends and associates, which he would not otherwise meet because England is still at that point quite a reasonably classist society, even though Neville Keynes's father was from the working class. Despite that, it is still, somewhat of a classist society. You can see BKS sometime in 1912. That's an Indian student at Cambridge. Anyhow, so this is a closer look at the diaries. They're reproduced from Carter. This is where you can see them better. There's a sculptor of Florence, and he uses these words which make them sound like characters in a spy novel. Mogridge always says, in fact, he says in the preface itself that, a biography is selective. Keynes, he's focused on Keynes's professional activities. The rest are getting covered. What about these things and how do they affect him? And, and he says, what is the point of going boy to boy, from Dilly to Dan to Lytton to James to Hobby? Hobby is Arthur Hobhouse, also about whom he had another fight with Strachey. That's why I want to get hold of those letters. To Duncan, to the stall boy of Park Lane, etc., etc. Why do we care about this? So that brings us to the idea of the Bloomsbury ethic, that, Keynes's sexual encounters are not some seedy underbelly of his life. They are central to his ethic of free human expression and a break from restrictive Victorian morals. And here I want to just read out portions. I haven't been able to write this down, but portions of Keynes's early beliefs. And, most of what he's drawing from G.E. Moore, who is, who was one of the vital philosophers of the apostolic days, or of the Bloomsbury ethic. And Keynes here says, at this point, like, I haven't got this here in the slides, but it's there in the paper, and I'm working on this now. Keynes meets adversary in D.H. Lawrence, who comes one day to meet Bertrand Russell, finds Keynes hanging out there. And he writes to Russell and he says that, I am very against these Cambridge men and their, what he calls higher sodomy, because what is happening with these guys is that they are becoming, like, this process of being with one another is causing them to become more sterile and less manly, right? And he's basing this from seeing Keynes roaming around in his pajamas. So Keynes later on decides to respond to Lawrence's criticism. And Lawrence also says that they are frivolous. They are only interested in states of mind, that they aren't particularly interested in the real issues of the world, of politics, and so on. So Keynes now responds to it. And interestingly, he responds to it 2 years after he has written the general theory. So this is while he is married to Lydia Lopokova. And he says that we accepted Moore's religion and discarded his morals. Indeed, one of the greatest advantages of religion is that it made morals unnecessary. And then he talks about how he understands the economy. He says that nothing mattered except states of mind. So for Keynes, the economy actually comprises not just material goods, but states of mind, which then ties in with many feminist ideas. Alex was referring to data feminism. Data feminism talks a lot about the role of emotion in, how data is visualized. So Keynes is also bringing in the idea of states of mind. He says nothing mattered except states of mind, our own and other people's, of course, but chiefly our own. These states of mind were not associated with action or achievement or consequences. They consisted in timeless, passionate states of contemplation and communion. And he says, now this is important, he says their value depended in the principle of organic unity, on the state of affairs as a whole, which could not be usefully analyzed into parts. And this, in a way, ties down to his idea of the whole and the parts, how the economy is a whole and not the sum of its parts, which he later, of course, credits to Hobson. From whom he takes the idea of the individualist fallacy, which later, by general theory, becomes his theory of effective demand. Now he starts to say that, for example, the value of the state of mind of being in love did not depend merely on the nature of one's own emotions, but also on the worth of their object and on the reciprocity and nature of the object's emotion, but depended on how one felt about it a year later. He says that, if A was in love with B and believed that B reciprocated his feelings when B did not, but was in love with C, would the state of affairs be as good as it would have been if A had been right? So, of course, this sounds very abstruse, but essentially what he's tying this down to is what Skidelsky calls his adding up problem. The idea of, like, say, I want to do something in my self-interest, Rahul wants to do something in his self-interest, but when we are working together, then the ultimate result is not in the self-interest and is not in the interest of society. The state of mind is not necessarily made better off in that sense. So so that's why there is a need to think about the state of mind as a whole, the economy as a whole. And these ideas he's also taking from many of his colleagues who led similar lives, like Virginia Woolf. When she is writing To the Lighthouse, she is describing the artist's memory and the evocation of emotions, the states of mind, right, and how that plays a role in her art. Vanessa Bell believed, that emotion in, like, the value of art is the emotion that it evokes in you. In the same sense, the economy also is, in a way, a sum total not of goods but of emotions, of ethics, and states of mind that creates the economy as a whole. So, emotion in economic thought, and this remains this remains a controversial issue as well, because economics is always presented as something dispassionate, something removed from emotion. However, D'Ignacio and Klein, they talk about the role of emotion in data visualization. In this graph, what they do is they ask Democrat sympathizers, they actually ask the same audience, and they present a particular set of data on unemployment rate, and they ask them to visualize it from a Democratic perspective and from a Republican perspective. And here, from a Democratic perspective, they show unemployment rate falling. This was during the Obama years, right? So the Democrats were in power, and they're showing unemployment rate falling. But the Republicans will then emphasize that the unemployment rate is still above 8%. So the question of how you see it, sometimes you will have something that is empirically there, but there is a value of the perspective that you're coming from or the context that you're coming from, which determines how that data is presented. In that sense as well, for Keynes, he is dealing with Marshall, he is, writing for an economic audience, which does not, want to truck about with beauty and art in the same way as his other friends in Bloomsbury and the Apostles. But at the same time, he has learned the importance of emotion in depiction of any particular evidence, from Woolf, from Bell, from Leonard Woolf, from Lytton Strachey, from Duncan Grant. and he is, coming from that lens. He is seeing that, the economy itself is a sum total of emotions, of states of mind. And in that sense, it becomes important also when we are looking at emotion to try to rearrange our ideas of objectivity. So that's something we can learn from Keynes. He's already done it long before, Dignaggio and Klein are writing, long before feminism is, coming to economics or trying to make changes in economics. So they're saying that we need to think about economics from a viewpoint, I mean, not economics, but anything from a viewpoint of feminist objectivity, which looks at where are people coming from. Or the idea of standpoint rationality. So, it isn't just about being rational or about being dispassionate, but about understanding emotional standpoints. And of course, in philosophy, there is the idea of the uses of emotion, like the erotic in Audre Lorde or anger in Audre Lorde, which comes into being. This now, I mean, I've already skipped several items of my discussion, and skipped several slides. But, this goes back to Keynes's idea of the apostles, like Keynes's group, the apostles, and how they read G.E. Moore and how they tried to understand the role of the good and the economy as a whole. And Keynes also brings emotion in where he starts looking at uncertainty, and he, tries to understand, do economic actors actually care about what something is really worth, or do they care about how they feel, which then brings in the volatilities of investment and also how the market will respond to any given investment. In the same way as they would respond to valuation of art, they are responding to valuation of investment. And the apostles were also about this idea of higher sodomy. Keynes actually refers to it in My Early Beliefs, where he says that, our religion was not exactly the kind of words that Strachey uses. He says here, yeah, I can't find that right now, but yeah, he says that the love that he's talking about, where the state of a mind of being in love with A, but A is in love with B, what does that affect your state of mind, and so on. He says that the love there is purely platonic. I think he's just saying that also because he's presenting this essay at Tilton in the presence of his wife and so on. He's saying that the idea of love need not necessarily be sexual love, even though Strachey brings in the idea of higher sodomy and why that is the way in which the apostles are expected to live, even when they are in mixed company. They must subscribe to ideas of higher sodomy, and they say that heterosexual relationships like the one of Keynes and Lydia are a special case of this higher sodomy. So there is, the Bloomsbury group also has a special interest in ideas of friendship, or how friendship is the ultimate human relationship, community is the ultimate human relationship. And in that sense, the heterosexual relationships are the special case of that general state of higher sodomy. So Keynes is, in that sense, also thinking of neoclassical economics as a special case of the general theory. So yeah, this goes back to, of course, Keynes and Lawrence and their debate on whether sodomy is sterilizing, whether it makes you less manly and makes you less interested in political affairs. Keynes, when he, in his My Early Beliefs, he does in fact say that his religion saved him from both the utilitarianism of the Benthamite framework, but also Marxism. So, in a way, this is how he comes to perhaps some of the same conclusions as Kaleski, but out of the Marxist system. And this is, of course, critiques of early beliefs. where Russell was writing to Ottoline Morel to say that he's trying to talk to Keynes about what is your purpose in life. Is it just about the pursuit of pleasure? So they have a tendency to think of Keynes as utilitarianism, also because he's one of the few economists in their circle. And Keynes then goes on to say that, look, I'm not interested in utilitarianism. What I mean by states of mind is not pleasure, but a general existence of, or a general idea of valuation of economic situations. So that's basically it. There's something here on Bloomsbury and the war. My reviewers have told me to essentially chuck this portion out. But this is an example of how Keynes used very unusual policy making to solve the problem of the run on the pound, which happened during the war. And yeah, so that's basically it. That was what I was trying to say. I've pretty much done that. But what do we mean? Like, what can we draw from this? Mainly the idea of why it is so important to understand emotion in economic thought, to develop a more inclusive and a more feminist idea of objectivity in the science that we do, and also of understanding human behavior from a more emotion involved idea of objectivity. I'll end here. I hope I stuck to time.
Yeah, thank you, Ruchira. You have stuck to time. Thank you so much for remaining on time. I'll just have a few comments to make, and during the time I make my comments, if those who would like to ask a question to the speaker, if you could just put it down in the Q&A box, and then we'll have a brief discussion, Ruchira and I, not more than say 5 to 10. I think we have 10 minutes left for a discussion. And then after that, we can address the questions. I think we have time till 12, so that gives us enough time. So I'll just have a couple of just brief questions, and I'll restrict myself to, the talk, which was an aspect of Keynes's work. It's really a lovely and a very nice way of looking at it, a different way of coming to these questions that most of us who have read, who follow a more originalist interpretation of Keynes rather than the textbook version that has now made itself into macroeconomics textbooks that most of us are familiar with, but it's nice to see it in a different light. So I'll just start with maybe like some specific points and then move over to some general concepts that we could discuss. There's one thing I was interested in the thing that you wrote about, the concept that you spoke about, higher sodomy, but and then therefore neoclassical economics as a special case of the general theory in line with heterosexuality being a special case of sodomy. But I'm not too sure about this because there is some work, and James Galbraith has written about how Keynes was actually inspired by Einstein here, how Einstein was talking about Newtonian physics being the special case of the general theory of relativity. And even in some of Keynes's collected writings, he makes notion to you cannot do Euclidean geometry in a non-Euclidean world. So in this, I'm a little uncomfortable with making the causal link here. I mean, they might have said it in jest, but there's also evidence that Keynes was also inspired by the currents of thought of what Einstein was talking about. So I think there was a little bit of my slight discomfort with that bit there. On the question of emotions, like very interesting, we had this idea of emotions. Mainstream economics now calls it now, I mean, there's a great paper by Christina Romer and David Romer, where they look at central bank speeches and speeches of governors of central bank and how it affects the market. So they are trying to say it's about expectations, it's about the central bank being credible, but at the end, it's also indirectly talking to this notion of the emotions of investors. And so it is also making its way. And the way that you're pinpointing the notion of emotions here is very interesting. But I just want to sort of just put this out there, and how do we interpret these emotions? Because are there two different ways of looking at this? Because you could make the argument that Keynes and the Bloomsbury group heighten the notion of emotions in art, but Keynes is also saying that emotions are a destructive thing in a capitalist economy. So is there a difference in the way that we're looking at emotions? Because the ideal Keynesian notion is, I mean, in his words, you euthanize the rentier, which is we don't want any place for emotions in the economic. But at the same time, it seems that he's okay with emotions in the artistic. So is there a difference then in emotions? How do we look at those emotions? Because you could talk about emotions as being a state of mind, and he recognizes the importance of emotions in states of mind, but his analysis and where it is placed, you could make an argument. I mean, I'm not an expert in this, but these are just some questions I have. You could make the argument that he's talking about emotions in two very different ways. And secondly, is it emotions specifically when we talk about financial speculation? Is it emotions as such, or are these emotions and heightened expectations a rational response to uncertainty? In the presence of uncertainty, is this how you act? So where does emotions proper come in this? I mean, in the example of the beauty contest, for example, to go by what you think the herd will do is a rational response to uncertainty. So how do we think of emotions in that way? The second thing, and I think this is important in any, I mean, I'll take just like 2 minutes. This is an important thing to do. And I think that any book, any work that engages with this, because you have written there Russell's quote that, Russell said that the Keynes and the apostles talk as if life is a succession of agreeable moments. And there's a quote says that, of course, they don't talk like this. But now the problem is that this is exactly what is picked up by the right, like Neil Ferguson. And they have this horrible, let's put it out there, homophobic view of Keynes, that his notion of in the long run, we're all dead comes from this homosexual idea because they don't want children. And his only defense was not that it was homophobic, but that Lydia Lokova had miscarriages. I mean, that's an absurd defense of a homophobic view. But I think that needs to be engaged. Is Russell saying the same thing? Are the Keynesians, I mean, Keynes, we know, counters it. That's not what he's saying. But that I think needs to be engaged with, not to give the danger that you're falling back into the same trap.
The conservative.
Right? Yeah. So I think that needs to be looked at. And my last point of view is just a very brief thing that I think the notion of abundance in Keynes's thought is very interesting to counter it to the neoclassical idea of scarcity. So if not specifically sexuality, what I was interested in, what I get from this is that the notion of abundance is very interesting because that helps you counter scarcity. The notion of art is very interesting because that counters the Marxist view on labor as a source of meaning, whereas Keynes takes beauty as a source of meaning, right? I mean, and it's also Marx finds meaning in human labor. Keynes's idea of the good life is when nobody has to work because they can like appreciate art. Of course, Marx also said everyone will have time to do some work, read some Goethe, etc. So it's not like Marx is anti-art, but he has a different view of meaning. And I think that's a very nice way to posit Keynes again. I mean, we have enough of work on the economics of Keynes as opposed to neoclassicals and Marxists. But this is a nice view of how Keynes's idea of what is a good life then separates him from the neoclassicals and the Marxists. If the good life is about abundance and art and appreciating beauty, that's very different from scarcity, and that's very different from labor as a source of meaning for human life. And I think that would be then to, if not to trace exactly how it comes into economics, I think we shouldn't focus so much on causal links as economists want to do. But I think that would be a lovely framing, and you've brought this out. It's there. It's something that's, that's really striking me that this is a lovely way to look at it. But I think that would be a great way to structure a paper and then bring him out as being very distinct in a more philosophical way than from the neoclassicals and the Marxists. So I'll stop there. And, Ruchira, if you would like to respond to this, we could have about 5 minutes of this, and then we could go to questions. Again, those who have any questions, you can drop it in the box. Thanks.
All right, so responding, thanks, Rahul. Those were really good comments. I think I'm going to do a rewrite at some point. I've been thinking of doing a redraft, mostly because the draft as I've currently sent it is also stuck on a particular time period. It looks at 1901 to 1915, after which the sex diaries end. That could be out of respect to the people who were in there, but and also Keynes himself became a much more popular intellectual. So I think it became necessary for him to discontinue those diaries. That is a major issue. I'm researching the polyamory question quite assiduously now. First, I started reading The Ethical Slut, which is considered the polyamorous Bible by Donny Eastman and Janet Hardy. And they are, looking at sexuality from the BDSM lens. And I mean, and there I'm looking for these economic ideas, as to jealousy, the idea of scarcity, how to overcome that idea of scarcity. I believe that Keynes did that in his life when he was particularly dealing with Strachey and issues with Duncan Grant. Now, of course, you're absolutely right about the idea of higher sodomy. It was said in jest, but the apostles were very serious about it. So much so that Strachey would insist on it, that it was for them a major organizing principle. And the apostles grow up, like they don't grow up and all start leading heteronormative lives. Rather, they settle down essentially. Duncan Grant marries Vanessa Bell. But despite them settling down, what happens is they continue to live, they continue to influence one another and help one another out. And essentially, they live like one big family. So much so that when Keynes passes away, he actually leaves a portion of, he leaves an income for Duncan Grant with Lydia, etc., etc. The conservative argument, I think you're absolutely correct. One needs to avoid, falling into that conservative trap, especially when we bring about issues of sexuality. Usually, the conservatives are the first ones to jump on it to say, yes, yes, look, Keynes did not have children. He was not bothered about the long run. Actually, Keynes really wanted to have children. He had a joke about how he is Baron Keynes and therefore Barren Keynes. It's so good that you're laughing at this. My students don't laugh at this. They think it is absolutely ridiculous. But that was, like all these little jests and these little jokes are actually very important to how the apostles and the Bloomsburys organize themselves. And their role as they're a unit. They're like the household in your conservative economy. They help each other. They invest each other's savings. Keynes actually managed Leonard Woolf's estate, and another of his friends, I think Bunny Garnett and so on. They look for places where they can position each other and save each other from going to war. So it's like it's what in sexuality studies they call the polycule. So they are like a polycule in that sense, and they continue to be like that. And they all raise children like that. So it's not just that Keynes didn't have children, but he had Vanessa Bell's child, who they all looked after. So it's a slightly different setup, as to like slightly unorthodox system as to how they look about it. That being said, conservative comments on Keynes are many. One was his role as a eugenicist. He was actually vice president of the British Eugenics Society. And, I think feminism itself has had a very complicated relationship with eugenics, going back to Margaret Sanger and Planned Parenthood, where the right to abortion came as, basically weeding out the so-called less desirable elements of society. So feminism also has, not particularly idealistic remnants. Okay, so I am still on time. Are there any questions from the audience?
Yeah, if you have any questions, please do drop it in. Yeah, I mean, thanks for the response, Ruchira. I mean, I also found it quite ridiculous that one line of thought would be that he is homosexual, therefore he won't have children, for a man who wrote a wonderful essay called Economic Possibilities for Our Grandchildren. So I mean, it's a ridiculous way to argue back, but it's also a clear mischaracterization of Keynesian thought. Yeah, we have one question, I think. Are you able to see it, Ruchira?
Q&A, yes. Yeah, there it is. Do you have it?
Let me just read it out. I have a question. This is from Haromas. I have a question about polyamory and reciprocity. is the fact that Keynes kept his sex diary not only related to his own thinking about the reciprocity aspect of states of mind and not so much the emotional part. That's interesting. It's an interesting question. Thinking about reciprocity forced him to think hard about expectations. And didn't Keynes transpose his hard thinking about expectations to other domains? That's a very interesting question.
A very interesting question. I have not thought about reciprocity. Whereas, reciprocity is a very important aspect of polycules and polyamorous relationships. In fact, that is the polyamorous ethic, that there is an equivalence of gestures, and without that certain feeling of ownership, where they commit to also more broader open circuits as opposed to the heteronormative family. Was he thinking so much about reciprocity rather than the emotional part? Oh, I suppose he was. And, Keynes does not answer the question of the ABC love example. He leaves it as a rhetorical question. He later brings it up again in, I think, Theories of Probability, where he talks about how the unity of X and Y is not function of X plus function of Y, but function of X plus Y, because X and Y tend to affect one another. So, yeah, I do think, I'm not entirely sure how to bring reciprocity into it, but it is a very important aspect of polyamorous relationships. And therefore, he would have to actually think about, expectations of one another.
Yeah, we have another question from Sharmin. In the context of emotion and care in economics, did this group say anything about rationality or individualism in economics?
Oh, yes, that's a very important question. Actually, my other work is on care. So that's also why I got interested in this topic. And I came across, I think there was one framing which I really appreciated. When we think about care, we also think about it from a very naive lens, that it is about meeting material needs, taking care of one another, and economics is all about care. That's how I used to think, and I still think that way in part. But then I went to the Care Hub conference in Oxford this time, and they were talking about they were talking about deter care as care, or also about monitoring. So, like mothers monitoring their children. In China, in fact, they usually stick nanny cams in every room, and they monitor what their children are up to. And there's a lot of new research on, also talking to children and asking them how they feel about being monitored. But is this monitoring labor also a kind of care labor? And I started to think then about care, like, is care necessarily fuzzy, good feeling kind of thing? And then, then I came across this paper which talked about care as a thick concept as opposed to a thin concept. So we have to get out of like good or bad. And you find that also in my early beliefs, where Keynes talks about, how uh, the Bloomsburys and the apostles are thinking about caring for each other. And he says that, sometimes when we think about the economy, should we think about it as good state of being or bad state of being? Like when we are thinking about the good, or G.E. Moore's idea of the good or the good life, is it good or bad? Or do we need to think about it more as, other kinds of adjectives like fun or not fun, fun or not, or pleasing, aesthetically pleasing or not? So he also brings in these ideas of thick and thin concepts as opposed to good or bad. And rationalism is hanging like, how does he think about rationality? Certainly not in the neoclassical framework where you have necessarily this probability distribution of risks which you can always evaluate. Rather, for Keynes, uncertainty rather than rationality is fundamental. That is a fundamental state of being to which human beings are responding. And how do they respond? In the beauty contest example, they say it is by trying to do what they think the herd will do. But I think there's more to it. I'm actually going to reread chapter 12 again before I do a rewrite of this paper.
I think we have time for one more question, and this will be the last question. This is by Moksh. who says they're interested in understanding how the concept of self-care time is factored into economic models, particularly in the context of gender. I think this will be our last question. So Ruchira, I'm very sorry, but I'd have to rush you on this answer. If you could just provide a
Okay,
quick
I'll
answer.
provide this one very quickly. That's my other paper. No, but I don't know. I don't think Keynes has much to say on self-care. But self-care in economic models, I'm writing a paper right now with Kavita Rajeshwari, where we merge, where we basically try to understand how paid and unpaid care work affects self-care.
All right. Thank you so much, Ruchira, and thanks for everyone who asked these questions. These were lovely questions and really heightened the discussion. I'd like to pass on the session now back to Shaman and Iman Mitra. And yeah, looking forward to continuing this discussion. Thank you, Ruchira, so much, and thank you, Rishi, as well. See you. Bye.
Yes. Hi, everyone, and thanks, Ruchira, for that wonderful presentation, and Rahul for your discussion points as well. So now I'd like to move on to Iman's presentation. So just briefly to introduce Iman. So Iman Mitra teaches modern Indian history at the Department of History and Archaeology at Shiv Nadar University. His research interests include the history of the economic discipline, economic history, and political economy of South Asia, state and non-state networks of dissemination and economic knowledge, especially in colonial and post-colonial contexts. His latest publications include The Island of the Day After, Digital Epidemiology, Artificial Intelligence, and Biopolitics of Future, which is in Subhash Ranjan Chakrabarti and others edited volume, The Long 2020. And he has another chapter titled Marx Theory of Rent, a speculative reading, which is in Achin Chakrabarti et al. Edited book Capital. So these are his recent publications, but in fact, the one which Iman has not listed in his bio, and which I found very interesting, was his article some years ago on the vernacularization of political economy in 19th century Bengal, where he's talking about Bengali texts on political economy, which was a very interesting article that I have also used and referred to extensively. So anyway, with that intro, I would like to pass on the stage to Iman, who is going to now present his very interesting paper. Yeah, Iman, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Shaman. That was a very generous addition to the official introduction. So I sent you the long paper, but obviously we don't have time to discuss all of that. So I'll read out just a section, the first section from the paper. But I think from the reading itself, it should be clear the argument which I'm trying to make. So I have written this paper as part of a project on the history of the Hindu College of Calcutta, which was established in 1817 and was later renamed as the Presidency College in 1855. The paper focuses on the history of instruction in political economy at the college over a span of 6 decades, although in this presentation I'll only talk about a period of roughly 15 years, from 1840 to 1855. I argue that throughout the course of the 19th century, there had been doubts and conflicting opinions about the need for instruction in political economy. One may be tempted to compare the situation with how the discipline was received in Victorian Britain, which would perhaps make it a part of a global narrative of dissemination of economic knowledge. As enticing that may be, it also runs the risk of devaluing the element of colonial difference. In fact, as quite a few studies show, there was a similar sense of uncertainty around the proper way of teaching political economy back in the metropole. For example, I'm quoting from one of these studies. The study of political economy in British universities around the middle of the century, 19th century that is, was not well developed, but no one seriously disputed the need to include some political economy in the curriculum in one form or another, unquote. Does that mean that the colonial case was simply one of derivative anxiety? We shall get a sense now that the matter was far from being simple, although it will be mature to argue there was an absolutely new approach to the discipline being formed due to the specific conditions in the colony. The problem does not necessarily lie with the fact that there could be a shared despondence among the colonial administrators and their metropolitan masters when it came to the policy regarding teaching of the subject. What is problematic is the assumption that the career of the discipline in the colony followed the same footprints of linear progression from Adam Smith to J. Mill to the Marginal Revolution, whereby the establishment of the so-called scientificity of the discipline and its acceptance as a prestigious university subject coincided after much tribulation at the turn of the 20th century. What we shall see in the following narrative is that such easy associations are not always synonym. The coincidence of scientificity and academic prestige does not exercise the subterranean doubts and anxieties, at least in the colony. In the rest of the presentation, I shall try to show how an instruction in political economy could not be imagined outside a network of disciplines whose didactic strengths and limitations were sometimes complemented and sometimes supplemented by a specific imagination of political economy that brought various strands together in order to attend to these concerns. So, our narrative starts in 1840. In October of the same year, the General Committee of Public Instruction wrote a response to the Governor General Auckland's Minute on Education. In the response, the committee asked for the provision of, quote, the services of a lecturer on the principles of jurisprudence and political economy, unquote, at the Hindu College. The decision to introduce a course on law and political economy had some thinking behind it. As we know, the principal debate in the early days was focused on the correct orientation of public instruction caught between the opposing views of the Orientalists and the Anglicists on the preferred medium of instruction. Bentinck's Minute in 1835 and Auckland's subsequent Minute in 1839 strengthens the Anglicist position. But at the depth of the debate lay a more serious contention between universal knowledge and local experience. Political economy as a discipline played a pivotal role in this debate despite the tentativeness with which it was welcomed by the educationists and officials of the East India Company. Many thought, including James Mill, that the principles of the knowledge of political economy would not be sufficient to manage the peculiar nature of the unspeakably important, most peculiar and difficult duties, this is actually from Mill, in the colony. There were, of course, dissenting voices which insisted on the training in political economy for the very fact of its liberal universalism finding a place even in the colony. The combination of law and political economy, on the other hand, presented a unique opportunity to bring forth both the perspectives together. In the General Report on Public Instruction in the Bengal Presidency for the year 1840-43, Charles Hay Cameron, British jurist and the then President of the Council, added a minute on the importance of instruction in jurisprudence for both the Indian students and the British civilians training at the College of Fort William. Cameron argued that a professor of law in India should focus on jurisprudence while talking about both the general principles of positive law and the particular forms they might therein assume. He also cautioned the prospective professor against discussing laws which did not strictly pertain to the domain of jurisprudence. He further added, and it's from the minute, I will illustrate what I mean by an example. One important portion of the laws of a country is the laws of the customs. But if our lecturer were to undertake to show how far the customs laws of India aim at objects consistent with utility and how far they attain those objects, he would have to draw his principles not from law or jurisprudence, but from political economy, unquote. By combining a training in political economy with law, the Council, therefore, was trying to extend the domain of the field of study, whereby it would be possible to explore the utilitarian aspects of customary laws as well. What Cameron seemed to propose was a distinction between two different types of universalism: universalism of positive law and that of utilitarian political economy. These two types of universalism were supposed to complement each other. Although one may cite the examples of instruction in political economy separately from law in Indian institutions, including the Hindu College, to argue that the universalism of political economy was independent of that of law, but not the other way around, at least for Cameron. In any case, the identification of the supplementary power of political economy to address the domain of customs was a curious point of departure in the early discussions on Western education in India. Even 30 years later, the strength of the argument did not wane. While talking about the impact of English education in 1872, Arthur Howell, the Undersecretary of the Home Department, Government of India, wrote, quote, "You cannot teach the European system of geography, astronomy, or medicine without exploring the Hindu system. You cannot teach political economy or social science without coming into collision with the theory and practice of caste," unquote. On the other hand, Henry Maine was famously opposed to the idea of applying the analytical conceptions of law and political economy to understanding and governing primitive or ancient societies. His words, of course, primitive and ancient societies, of which India was the prime example, unquote. In 1853, Cameron published an address to the British Parliament on the duties of Great Britain to India, with special reference to the education of the native population. An energetic Benthamite of his time, Cameron was particularly fond of the discipline of political economy, as evinced in his earlier statement. Replete with numerous quotations from the Greek and Roman philosophers, and of course Becker's Minute on Education, the address talks about the history and impact of Western education in great detail. According to Cameron, a new plan of the scholarships in the Indian institutions was devised by Edward Ryan, who became the second president of the General Committee for Public Instruction after Macaulay in 1838, with active support from Governor General Auckland. The plan required systematic organization of very strict examinations in all the subjects taught at the colleges, though through which a standard of education could be estimated. This is a marked shift from the earlier system, where the scholarships did not follow any specific rule based on merit or status. The different branches of study mentioned in a scheme published by the committee were revised in 1846, when Cameron was the president of the Council of Education, and included literature, mental and moral philosophy, history, mathematics, natural philosophy, logic and grammar, vernaculars, and of course political economy. The scheme also mentioned the texts which were to be followed for each subject. For the first class, more advanced level, the text for political economy was Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations, with John McCulloch's notes, and for the second class, the recommended author was Wayland. Francis Wayland's The Elements of Political Economy was mentioned in other documents as well, which leads to some confusion as to the level at which the text was studied. The report of the Council for the period 45-46 mentioned it as the preferred text for the second class in the college department, as described by Cameron. However, the report for 49-50 assigned a text to the students appearing for the junior scholarship from the school department. So it was being followed both in the college level and also at the school level. It seems that in the subsequent years, the scheme of study was revised again and the recommended text changed. The choice of Wayland's text was also significant. The book was the collection of his lectures delivered to the senior class in Brown University, where he was the president and professor of moral philosophy. He was drawn to the study of political economy for two reasons. First, the facts of political economy could be, in his own language, brought into natural and methodological arrangement, unquote. But the existing works on the subject did not prove, again, from him, serviceable either to the general student or to the practical merchant, unquote. Wayland wanted to fill this lacuna by writing a book in which the principles would be laid in the simplest of languages with suitable illustrations from everyday life. Secondly, he found the principles of political economy, quote, so closely analogous to those of moral philosophy, unquote, the discipline in which he specialized. Even though he claimed in the preface that he would try to keep the two disciplines from intermixing, sometimes they did seem to complement each other, starting from the introduction, where he argued that a human's labor gave them the right to exclusive possession of the value that they created. This was surely a very different articulation of the theory of value from Smith's, or for that matter, Ricardo's. Like Ricardo, Wayland also offered an intrinsic theory of value, but unlike the former, he did not put emphasis on the relative quantity of labor required to produce the value in a commodity. He stated, quote, the particular quality in any substance which renders it capable of gratifying human desire is called its value, unquote. This remarkable definition followed from his own interpretation of the nature of the discipline. For him, political economy was concerned with those laws which govern the relationship between the individual or social human beings and their objects of desire. As mentioned earlier, Wayland's decision to keep moral philosophy and political economy apart did not always work. His notions of value were influenced by his discussion of the relationship between justice and property in his textbook on moral philosophy, which he published in 1835. There, talking about the modes in which the right of property may be acquired, he commented, whatever value I have created by my own labor or by the innocent use of the other means of happiness which God has given me is mine, unquote. The choice of Wayland's text for both the senior and junior scholarships indicated interest in a combined training in political economy and moral philosophy, which was further endorsed in the report of the Council for the year 1849-50, where 60 marks were allotted for mental and moral philosophy and political economy together in the senior scholarship examination. It seems that the separation between the two streams was not practiced till the middle of the century, which is not surprising given the fact that even Adam Smith was accused by his contemporaries for converting the chair of moral philosophy into a professorship of trade and finance. Besides Smith's Wealth of Nations and Wayland's Elements, another text which was mentioned in Cameron's address deserves our attention. From the scheme of study, Cameron wrote, it was our custom to select every year the subjects of the scholarship examination for the ensuing year and to publish them for the guidance of the professors and students. Unquote. This means that the examinations in different years had different syllabi and different reference books as well. Cameron gave two examples of these different lists of subjects for 2 consecutive years, 1851 and 1852. In 1851, the list of subjects for the first class did not mention political economy, but in the following year, the list included the subject with Jones on rent as the reference. Richard Jones, the professor of political economy at the King's College London and Malthus's successor at the college at Haileybury, published his magnum opus, an essay on the distribution of wealth and on the sources of taxation in 1831. From the list, it is apparent that the council wanted its students to focus on probably the most notable aspect of the book, its insistence on placing rent at the center of the economic discourse. In a long preface elucidating the history of the discipline, Jones told his readers that his intention of starting the book with an analysis of rent came from the fact, quote, that the greater part of the nations of the earth are still in that state which is properly called agriculture. That is, in which the bulk of their population depends wholly on agriculture for subsistence, and because in this state of society, the relations between the proprietors of the soil and its occupiers determine the details of the conditions of the majority of the people and the spirit and forms of their political institutions, unquote. In many ways, the choice of Jones's text was a remarkable decision on part of the council. Jones's critique of the deductive theory of differential rent, pioneered by Ricardo and Malthus and endorsed by James Mill, in favor of a more inductive theory based on the actual systems of ground rent in different parts of the world, made him somewhat of an esoteric figure in the history of the economic discipline. By choosing his theory of rent as an introduction to the discipline, the council might have initiated a long debate in the history of instruction of economics in the colony, how to familiarize the students with the abstract principles of the discipline with references to more concrete examples from their surroundings. Now, compared with Wealth of Nations, the choice of the other two texts seem less obvious at first glance. But if we take into account the facts that Jones was already appointed to the chair of political economy and history at the college at Haileybury, and Wayland's Elements was the most popular textbook on political economy in America, it makes sense to include them in the syllabus as two influential texts of the day, although with lots of difference between them in terms of methodology as well as content. Wayland's moral philosophy and political economy bore marks of his evangelical Protestant perspective and provided critical responses to utilitarian and liberal religious views of William Paley, whose Principles of Moral and Political Philosophy was a popular textbook in American colleges. Wayland offered an interpretation of political economy that matched his evangelical moral philosophy. We already know that Horace William Clift's Elements of Political Economy was already the textbook of political economy in schools in the Allahabad division. Now, Clift also made his evangelical position pretty clear when he argued, quote, there is scarcely a doctrine of political economy which is not a sharp weapon wherewith to strike Hinduism and in the eye of reason to overthrow it, unquote. A detailed study of the influence of evangelicalism on the shaping of political economic thought globally and in India is beyond the scope of this presentation, but clearly there existed another strand of connection between moral philosophy and political economy in the wake of increasing evangelical activities in India, which the metropolitan history of political economy does not usually acknowledge. From the discussion above, it is evident that the students of the Hindu college in the middle of the 19th century were being exposed to at least three strands of economic thought. One, Smith's political economy within an interpretive framework of McCulloch, who was probably the most influential popularist of the discipline at the time. Wayland's political economy, whose point of departure was evangelical moral philosophy, and three, Jones's inductive political economy that attempted to ground the abstract principles in historically and geographically localized conditions. None of these thoughts was particularly akin to the utilitarian ideas that the colonial administration was still associating itself with. Whether the dissonance between the pedagogical framing and the administrative inclinations was the source of the tentativeness with which the discipline would be treated even in the later decades remains an open question. Meanwhile, the students of the college were faced with questions in the scholarship examinations on the peculiar character of riot rents or the possibility of clash of interests between the landlords and the other classes of the community, clearly derived from Jones's writings. Mahendralal Shom, a student of the Hindu college, in his answer to a question on the riot's interest in improvement of the land under cultivation, wrote in 1851, whilst improvements in the cultivation of the land are daily introduced, the poor riot finds himself becoming more and more wretched every day, and many are compelled to give up the cultivation of their lands. He further added, law might have some bounds, but oppression has none. Unquote. Jones's discussion of riot rent in India mentioned the possibilities of oppression and tyranny, but did not express it in such an evocative language. Clearly, the exposure to various strands of economic thought intermixed with other fields of study like law and moral philosophy was helping these students grasp their immediate reality in ways peculiar to the colonial experience. Due to shortage of time, I shall stop here. So far, I have presented few snippets from the first 15 years of the history of instruction in political economy at the Hindu College. In 1855, the college would be renamed as Presidency College and would go through a series of changes by turning into a public institution from a private college. 2 years later, with the founding of the University of Calcutta, it would become part of a large network of colleges which would follow the same syllabi and protocols of examination. In my paper, I've talked about this moment in great detail. In the paper that I sent, I've talked about this moment in great detail and showed how the pedagogic and institutional networks work together in the rest of the century to posit the discipline in various other disciplinary configurations. A major break came with the inclusion of political economy as a special paper in the study of history at the collegiate level. But we can discuss that during the Q&A. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Imon, for that highly detailed and very rich archival, work that you have presented in the paper. I mean, since I have had a chance to go through this paper, I mean, I can easily testify and say that it is a clear, it's a very good exposition of the historian's craft and shows that extensive, detailed archival look, which always brings out a different kind of a history, as opposed to when we are looking at say a more larger organizational sense. So say like as opposed to looking at the entire university and its records, like in the sense, like say Calcutta University, which was formed then in 1857, if I'm correct, and then which Presidency College came under its supervision. So right. So Iman, I have broadly two major, like, comments slash questions, which you can try to address in some form. And in fact, so what I want to highlight are a couple of points, because some of your points in a sense relate to a bit of what I also look at, some questions. So I like the way, like in the in the early part of your paper, you had emphasized upon that point, that contestation in the kind of the relentless discursivity, as you mentioned, in terms of how political economy was being framed in a particular site of Hindu College, then renamed Presidency. This contestation that you mentioned between universal knowledge and local experience. So in the and this is something that is carried on through right up to even the early 20th century, and I think it's something that even troubles economics in India today as well, that especially the kind of textbooks and things like that. So one, of course, I would like to ask you is that towards the end of the 19th century, we come towards when Indian nationalist economic thought is coming to the fore. They're raising the same question, but in a different politically charged manner, where they're speaking about the universalist assumptions which they feel that the educators and administrators seem to be providing, goes against the particular historical nationalist experience. So in a sense, how do they, and I know you're still working upon that progression in a sense. So even if you have something to comment, maybe compare, or is there a particular difference as such as to how it comes up and all. And in that sense, I find it very interesting that you mentioned that Richard Jones is seen as someone whose introduction into the syllabus is seen as a way, in a sense, of grounding political economy, that giving it a more concrete historical basis, in the sense of providing more examples by which students can relate to abstract theory. So that's one part of it. The second major comment that I have, and in one sense, I think someone who is working on a discursive history usually anticipates this kind of question coming in, but I will put it nonetheless. So my qualification being that, of course, I don't believe that an approach focusing on the discursive practices and what we call as a sense of material history and material politics are necessarily opposed approaches. However, for now, I will adopt that sort of binary and kind of and ask you something around that. So, of course, you have focused on this anxiety that you're speaking about of colonial educators as to how to speak about the science of political economy and then later economics to college students in India. And in a sense, this is something again which I look at, but in a sort of different sense. I look at the larger political anxiety of especially the British educational service, in the sense of where they felt that providing this kind of like teaching political economy in an unfettered manner without a rational kind of basis in it and all, leads to the fomentation of political discontent, because of the kind of liberal nature of the discipline as it was being taught. So in that sense, what I'm trying to get at with this point and ask you to perhaps elaborate is, how do you see some of the material politics playing out side by side with the discussion that you have elaborated upon so well in your paper? And I mean, maybe with that, like, for example, what was happening in the sense of when the university was being formed? What were the compulsions perhaps behind that? And and what I'm interested to know is what were the maybe the extraneous factors that were perhaps leading to this discussion on, say, to kind of foster both, to bring in local experience into, say, maybe what is otherwise considered to be universalist knowledge or something like that. So perhaps if you could just comment on some of these, and also yes, and then we will and hope to get some questions from the audience as well.
Thank you, Sharvin. First of all, both the questions are very important, and I would try to address both of them, but I guess not very adequately. Two reasons, because this is just one half of the project that I'm doing, because the second half, of course, will be in the 20th century, where I'll talk about the history of instruction in political economy in the 20th century at Presidency College up to, let's say, 1960s, because that's the 1961 or 62 is the year when political economy or economics would have, for the first time, its independence existence. Because till 1961, it would still be associated with the Department of Political Philosophy. So 61 is the year when political philosophy becomes political science, and economics gains finally its autonomy from all the other disciplinary formations. So my basic idea is to talk about a period where economics or political economy is being taught in relation to other disciplines, and how the histories of these disciplines are becoming important to understand what is being taught as political economy, what is the system of economic thought that was emerging at the time, and how that system is part of what I'm calling this relentless discursivity. But that doesn't mean, of course, that I would be not talking about the material and institutional practices, because that's something which becomes very important. And that is why I put so much importance in the later part of the paper on the institution of Calcutta University and certain compulsions that it brings into the equation, and the way the Calcutta University standardization of syllabus and all of that becomes a very important question. And also movement. So Hindu College from 1817 to 1855 was a private institution. It's a private college. It's like a private university that we have now. It was being funded by individual donors. In 1855, it was acquired by the government. So it becomes a public institution. So then 1857, it was brought under the edifice of the Calcutta University. So all these decisions, all these policy decisions also played very important roles in the reconfiguration of the discipline itself in the colony. This is something that some kind of the longer argument, or rather a broader argument, which I'm trying to make. Now, specifically about the nationalist thought, I am going to talk about it, of course, much more in the second part of the project in the 20th century. But right now, what I'm trying to do, and you are very familiar with this, because now there is a template of talking about history of political economy in India, only following rather sort of in a retrospective manner from going back to Ranade and Kale and all of that, and that's a great template to be honest. By the same time, when I started working on 19th century, I discovered in my previous work as well, and here, the esotericness, what we consider esoteric, but it may not be esoteric for the 19th century people, of course, or rather, I mean, in today's terms, heterodoxy of the practices, of the discipline, of the syllabus, and its conversations with other disciplines, that kind of becomes a secondary issue when we do history of economic thought in India. Because either you have this whole template of, again, coming from Stokes and others, Ambirajan, the utilitarian premise of Indian policy making, which governs the history of political economic thought. And then on the other hand, you have this other insistence on the Friedrich List and then Ranade and that kind of a trajectory. Now, I'm not saying that didn't happen. Of course, these two elements were very strongly there. But at the same time, there were other elements which were very influential at the time. And that created the heterodoxical practice of instruction in political economy. My point is that actually, if one wants to do a history of economic thought in India, it's not sufficient to focus on only the writings of Indian economic thinkers, but also to focus on what is being taught at the college and university level, and also at the school level. The economic, I mean, there isn't any history of economic pedagogy, to be honest, in India so far. So this is where I'm coming from. So I think I would like to connect with that history of Indian economic thought, the nationalist Indian economic thought, from that perspective only, that how much of that is entering the discussions, the classroom discussions. And the kind of materials I have seen already, there is actually a lot of scope to talk about. But again, with the insistence that those conversations are not happening by imagining political economy or economics as an autonomous field of study. Like, again, from throughout the second half of the 19th century, political economy was a special paper in history. It's an honors paper in the history course. And then from 99 to 1961, it is being taught with political philosophy. And in political philosophy, people are getting trained in various kinds of rights. Have been Rousseau and Locke featured in that syllabus. So what kind of amalgamation is coming out of that is something I'm going to ask in the second half. The other question about the politics, I think I've already responded to that question in the first one as well, because the external factors are important and they are there. But what I'm trying to imagine is how these external factors are somehow being internalized in this kind of paradigmatic configuration called political economy. So political economy is much more than political economy in the late 19th, early 20th century, even in the early 20th centuries, even after the inclusion of Marshall and Pigou in the syllabi.
Yeah, thanks, Imon. In fact, in fact, with your response has been very really clarified matters to a great extent. And in fact, it's very interesting, this thing you mentioned about the autonomy of the disciplines. It's actually at least in the Indian universities and all, it's much more mid 20th century phenomena, at least at the departmental level. And it's interesting to see how different regions and universities have adopted different kind of disciplinary, it's like these twin disciplines with political economy. In the case of Calcutta, it was always with political philosophy. So in 1908, 1909, the first department being at Calcutta being of political economy and political philosophy. In the case of Bombay University, it became economics and sociology. So it's fascinating to see, also depending on who were the professors and their own interests and inclinations. So yeah, maybe we can comment on that since we do have about 10 more minutes. So I'll read out the question that has been put forward by Haromas, and it's actually a very interesting question. He asks that it is very interesting to hear that Richard Jones was taught at Hindu College. Jones and William Whewell were strongly anti-Ricardians and strongly anti-utilitarian. Their criticism was also motivated to emphasize harmony of landed and other interests in society, in contrast with Ricardo. My question is, how utilitarian was the colonial administration and was one of the reasons for Jones's text to stress the harmony of interests between the colonized and the colonizers? So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. That's a very important question. Actually, this impression that we have that English administration or British administration in India was absolutely utilitarian. It comes from basically Eric Stokes's fantastic, brilliant study, English Utilitarians in India. And later on, people have worked on that, and mostly so what happened since Eric Stokes is that people were trying to find utilitarianism in everything. And it's true that many of the administrators were strong believers in utilitarianism. That does not necessarily mean that every policy was actually being governed by some utilitarian principle or the other. Especially after the 1850s, after the mutiny, when the power shifted from the company to the crown, the government took very clear stance that the utilitarian principle of intervention by law would not be used anymore to talk about, let's say, situations of social reform. So from 1857 onwards, we rarely see any mention of any utilitarian doctrine in the context of social reforms. So in the age of consent debate, for example, nobody was talking about the utilitarian urge to change the law or anything like it happened in case of sati or in case of widow remarriage. So this whole idea that utilitarianism played a very important role is true actually for the period that Stokes is talking about, till 1840s. Since 1840s, that was not the case. On the other hand, we often tend to forget that Richard Jones might be an esoteric figure within the metropolitan history of political economy, but for the colony, he is already an influential person because he is the principal and the chair of political economy at the College at Haileybury. So all the English officials who are coming to India from 1830s onwards are actually being trained by Jones and not Malthus. So this is an important point to remember, and this actually is a point which has been extensively covered by Upal Chakraborty in his book, which got published in the last 2 years. I think it's called Reassembling the Local, where he is talking about Richard Jones's influence on the agrarian policy making in British India, even in the early 19th century. So by focusing only on Ricardo, or by focusing only on the influence of the English British Romantics on the administrators, or the other kinds of influence in the 18th century on Philip Francis and all, but that is one side of the story. But in the 19th century, there are so many other strands, also because we usually look at that history from a very standardized perspective about political economy or economics in the 20th century. Even, and just to add to what you were saying, Sherman, even in England, in Cambridge University, economics was not being taught as a separate discipline even in the 60s. So it was not a global practice. There are very few colleges, and in fact, in those colleges or universities, economics was being taught as a separate subject only because they couldn't find any other professors teaching any other discipline. The standard idea was that economics was not a proper science which can be taught in isolation. Only from the 1960s onwards, we see that all the universities are following suit to have an independent or autonomous economics department. The story wasn't like that before the 1960s in most of the places in the world.
Yes, definitely this thing about the autonomy of the department is such. Though, since it's interesting you mentioned the example of Cambridge University, because in the sense the way I see it is that the economics tripos that was formed in 1903 and kind of by headed by Alfred Marshall is kind of I see it as kind of like a precursor, again, not to again suggest a complete imposition and linearity of history to say okay from Britain to India. But isn't that because he shifts from first a moral science tripos towards establishing an economics tripos in Cambridge. So in that sense, but of course, yes, what we know of, and which is like you also quote Keith Stribe and Alon Caddish's text in your paper and all. It is all even there they're suggesting that of course through the 19th century, even in Britain and as in India, in fact, most of the discourse around political economy is happening more so in the public sphere. And of course, in the case of India, what you're saying is that the contested aspect of political economy, say for example, that all that which is being discussed by the likes of Nauroji and all, and those debates that are going on are not permeating the university as such. Of course, even I would have to look more at the state of teaching, say in British universities at the time, to see whether there is a coherence between the public level discourse and what is happening within the university in the limited sense to which political economy is taught. But what I also find significant is that since you mentioned Malthus and then Richard Jones as well, and with Malthus being the first professor of political economy, as I mean, that was the first chair of political economy to be established in Britain, and it was to train the civil services, administrators in India. So in that sense, political economy is seen, I mean, it's also seen as an important discipline of governance. to have knowledge of that. And in fact, what you are also suggesting somewhat in your paper and presentation is this very interesting kind of, how to call it, this kind of circulation, as if we use the terminology of the circulation of knowledge that actually happens. And in terms of the development of the 19th, especially of the disciplines in the 19th century, the kind of constant interaction between the colony and the metropole in that sense. So I think that is also something that comes out very interestingly in your paper, and which would be interesting to hear about. I mean, we have about 3 minutes or so, so you can also give some other last remarks, and before we kind of bring an end to the session.
So, I mean, what I basically want to say is this. First of all, political economy, I mean, if one wants to do a history of economic thought in India, one also needs to look at other sides than just the texts that are being written by the economic thinkers. To one very important side, of course, is the pedagogical institutions where economics or political economy is being taught. Now, I don't want to emphasize too much on the connection between what was happening in England and what was happening in India, because that kind of runs the risk, as I said, of saying that, we are following the footsteps of what was happening. That was not necessarily the case. The way political economy was being treated in England, as they say, as part of a public discourse, and actually McCulloch obviously plays a very important role in that. This was not part of a public discourse in that sense in India. It was coming through, in a sense, this administrative training which was happening at Haileybury. Now, again, lots of people focus on what was happening in Haileybury, how Malthus and Jones's ideas are different. So, what was happening when these officials are coming, and that tension always remains, that when they come here and they discover that actually the abstract, so-called abstract principles of the discipline may not be that much applicable in the Indian context, then the kind of anxieties that they have would sometimes get reflected in these policy decisions, these education policy decisions. But that again does not necessarily mean that there is some kind of a derivative sort of relationship that existed between the metropole and the colony. So the second point is that the careers of the discipline are very different in metropole and the colony. So, and importance of certain elements, like in for example, in Britain, nobody would talk about rent, let's say at the end of the 19th century, because rent has lost its prestige as a conceptual category around which you can still organize the discipline. On the other hand, the first thesis and the first book by an Indian on economic theory is written by this guy called Ganeshwar Ghosh, and it was on the Ricardian theory of rent. More interestingly, this person was an English major student. He did his BA and MA in English and then did a PhD at Calcutta University, first economics PhD student at Calcutta University and probably in the country. And that he chose to work on David Ricardo. So where is that coming from? That's also something that I think it's an important question to ask. So there was a point when somebody who could do their major courses in English and could still pursue a PhD in economics. Of course, mathematization, etc. We know the answers, some of the answers, but they are not all the answers.
Yeah, so thanks, Simon. In fact, these are you brought up some very important points. I think that we need to build into the history of political economy. I mean, especially in India, and as you're also saying, to situate it within the larger global intellectual history and global disciplinary history. I think it's a very useful kind of intervention that a lot of historians of economic thought would really benefit from, and we hope to have more interactions along these lines. So anyway, I'd like to call an end to the morning session now. And thank you very much to all our presenters today. I think we've had some very enriching discussions as well. Before we break for lunch, I just like to tell everyone that tomorrow Ideas is also holding a roundtable discussion on the upcoming Lok Sabha elections. This will be held from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. and there are two panels which are being organized, which are very interesting. We will also maybe post the link to that roundtable discussion in the chat box, so you are free to go through that and register for it as well. So right, and with that, I'll call an end to the session. Thank you to all the participants and audience as well for attending here. So we will resume with our second panel on Indian economic thought, and this will start sharp at 1:30 p.m. Okay, so yes, we hope to see you all again then soon. Right? Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I think we are good to start. Thank you all for coming, and a special thanks to Dr. Saket Moon, who has kindly agreed to give his talk today on the economics of caste in Ambedkar. Uh, Saket works on social and economic history and is currently research associate at the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at IIT Delhi. He completed his PhD from Center for Study on Social Exclusion and Inclusive Policy at JNU. So I'm sure that all of us are going to learn a lot of things from Dr. Saket, and I really look forward to listening to you, Dr. Saket. Over to you, sir.
I hope the presentation is visible.
Yes, yes.
So I'll start.
Yeah, it's visible.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Vikas, for the introduction, and to the organizers for giving us this opportunity to present today. So this is a co-authored paper on the economics of caste in Ambedkar, and what was the motivation behind for us to write this paper. So the first motivation that on one hand, we see that the economic literature on caste has grown in recent years. And especially with a lot of empirical studies coming in on how discrimination operates. However, one thing that we saw which was missing was that there is an entire tradition of anti-caste movement in India, and it has produced a body of work on the economic nature of caste. And this body was not represented in the current literature on the economic studies on caste. And many of these empirical studies then lack a clear theoretical framework on how caste operates on the economic domain of caste. And there are exceptions to this. There have been studies on especially on Ambedkar, because there are many anti-caste thinkers, and before we began this paper, we were thinking of covering a lot of different thinkers in one paper, but then we decided to focus on Ambedkar to begin with. And there are a few studies that we have mentioned here, which are on Ambedkar and his contribution to the economic study of the economic dimension of caste. And moving ahead, so when we went to Ambedkar's writings, and we are mostly looking at Ambedkar's collected writings as well as his official representations to commissions and debates in legislative bodies, and his other correspondence that he has had, we found that Ambedkar has a framework. Now, there is no single writing wherein he enunciates this framework, but there is an overarching framework where Ambedkar considers that caste has not only a social, a cultural, and a political domain, but also an economic domain. Caste has a economic mechanism of its functioning, and we are trying to synthesize that framework into a paper. So we begin with Ambedkar's unit of analysis and framework. Now, firstly, Ambedkar does not consider individual as the unit of social analysis. Why? Now, Ambedkar sees that there are individuals do exist, but they exist as a part of a social class. So, Ambedkar, as you can see from the quote that we have put here in, Ambedkar denies the atomistic conception of individuals, meaning that he sees individual choices as framed within their social context, within their economic context. And when Ambedkar talks of classes, he does not see class as a simple economic category. And this is something that he critiques time and again, especially in his critique of the Marxian understanding of class, wherein, as we can see from Ambedkar's description of upper classes, he sees within his description of upper classes, he has four subcategorizations of upper classes, which being the landowners and the authorities under native powers, which are basically the rulers of the native states, the commercial classes, higher employees of the government, that is the higher bureaucracy, and Brahmins. And with this, he also adds people who live by the pen, meaning the scribal caste, like Prabhus and Kayas. And in the end, he notes that the last class, that is Brahmins and the scribal caste, have the most influence, even though many of them live in abject poverty. And this is something that he sort of, his logic here is influence, or rather power, and or if we can even connect it with the idea of hegemony, that these classes, that there are different classes, there are not just two classes, there are different classes, and it is not just they don't just draw their power from their economic status. And further, he sees caste as a relational problem. Now, what does this mean? There is this very famous quote of Ambedkar wherein he says that the problem of the untouchables is not just the problem of untouchables; it is a symptom of the caste system itself. And that is what what we mean when we say caste is a relational problem. That it is not just a problem of any particular social group, but these problems are a symptom of the entire way the the entire way in which a society is organized. And in it, Ambedkar argues that his logic behind his critique of caste is that he wants to do away with the dogma of predestination and bring in the freedom of contract. Now, what does this mean? It means that Ambedkar wants there to be a freedom of contract between employers and uh, and their prospective employees, and caste not coming in between as an intermediary. And another thing that Ambedkar argues is that he does not just make a moral argument against caste; he makes an economic argument. And he repeatedly, in many different places, notes that an economic organization based upon caste is inherently an inefficient economic organization, wherein high unemployment is generated because employment is not done on the basis of merit, on the basis of qualifications, but rather on the basis of caste. And this sort of an economic organization hinders economic progress. And in going into much more detail into his critique, he especially builds a strong critique against the traditional mode of agrarian economy, wherein the example that we are taking here is his critique against the Bombay Hereditary Office Act of 1874, where the BHOA was brought in to regulate a system of hereditary caste-based village officers in Western India and called Baludidari. And therein, what it ultimately did was that rather than ameliorating the effects of such hereditary caste-based officers, it put the entire burden upon the untouchable caste, especially Mahars. And here, Ambedkar's critique of the BHOA enumerates what kind of uh, features, economic features, this particular mode of traditional agrarian economy has. Wherein he says that untouchable, especially Mahars, this is very much in the context of the Bombay Hereditary Office Act, have to face irregular hours, they have to face meager remuneration and wet begar or bigari, corvi basically. But at the same time, he also says that there is an economic basis of humiliation and the death of ambition. Now, what he means from the death of ambition is that the end of any form of ambition for social and economic mobility. And the sort of his entire argument, wherein he brings in self-respect, says that it cannot be brought in a system which has such a form of economic organization, wherein if you rally against such kinds of practices, you will be faced with a loss of employment. Uh, Ambedkar not only critiques the agrarian economy, but also sort of his works also show what kind of discrimination the untouchables, especially the untouchables, have to face under capitalism and the industrial economy. And from the quote, we can see how Ambedkar notes that when dealing with an industrial economy, the basic idea that all things being equal are not equal actually, And herein, Ambedkar brings in his theorization of Brahminism, which he basically says is the denial of liberty, equality, and fraternity. But more specifically, he says that even under capitalism, we see the same kind of caste structures being replicated, which in his description, for example, in the textile mills, certain offices are reserved sort of for the untouchables and they cannot move to higher paying offices. Similarly, in the railways, wherever the untouchable worker might come into contact with an upper caste officer, those offices are closed off to the untouchable worker. And he also notes the situation of precarity that untouchable workers face, wherein he notes that under recessions, they are the first ones to be fired, and when there is an economic boom, they are the last ones to be hired. And he also discusses the discrimination faced in government employment, wherein he notes that even though there are qualified candidates available, they are denoted as not found suitable, as not being suitable, and they are discriminated against because there is no governmental policy. There is no specific policy of affirmative action that can counter discrimination, and thus the state itself encourages discrimination in a way. So Ambedkar here notes discrimination both in the industrial economy as well as government employment under capitalism. Now, how do these discriminations sort of operate? One example, as in we have already covered Bombay Hereditary Officers Act. Another such example is a legal code like Punjab Land Alienation Act, wherein untouchable peasants were denied or rather debarred from holding lands. But at the same time, there are social codes and prohibiting ownership of wealth or assets. And herein, Ambedkar notes that ancient social codes, which his critics said are no longer sort of applicable to the study of a modern society, he notes that even though they are not directly applicable, but the mechanism of discrimination, the mechanism that is enumerated within those codes is still being practiced, even if those codes are not directly linked, even if those codes are not directly invoked. So he notes that there are social codes that are still practiced. And this brings us to our own theorization of what Ambedkar is trying to describe here, which is a social constraint on consumption. Now, there are economic constraints on consumption, but within Ambedkar's work, this comes up regularly that there are social constraints on consumption. And consumption here denotes both consumption of commodities and consumption of services. So we have given some examples here, like for example, in certain places there was a ban on untouchables wearing pagdis or dhotis or gold or silver ornaments, whereas also in consumption of services, certain artisanal castes like washermen and barbers would deny untouchables their service even in lieu of payment because of certain social constraints that were there. And we see even in our own contemporary society, we see such examples come up time and again. So moving on, another thing that Ambedkar notes very strongly, and this we see in his political activism as well, especially in from examples like the Mahar Satyagraha, wherein we see he notes that segregation is a very important mechanism through which caste operates in the social and economic domain, wherein segregation of public spaces and amenities, which are for all public, but are denied to a certain section of the population, is a very important mechanism, and which is linked to not only denial of services but also denial of opportunities like education, and we'll come to that later. Uh, but with public amenities and also access to spaces, the segregation of spaces being closely linked with power, in the sense that while segregation remained permanent, it could be increased if it was felt by the upper caste that the untouchable castes are sort of giving up degrading practices. They could be debarred from entering villages, denied all access to water, so on and so forth. So, coming to education, which is also a part of, which is also a result of segregation, we see in Ambedkar education not as, and again, when we are understanding education and the anti-caste movement, and I think Philip Constable's work is there on how education becomes the site of contest for the anti-caste movement. In Ambedkar, education is not just linked to a social status, but also it has an economic function. Now, what is the economic function of education? Ambedkar notes very clearly that education is linked to employment. And if higher education, especially higher education, and if higher education was not linked to employment, many castes would not even bother to go for an higher education. And so denying that education, denying higher education to a certain section of the population is directly denying them economic opportunities. And education is very as closely linked with economic and social mobility. But he also notes that education has also become a traditional caste occupation for some castes, like the Brahmins, like the scribal caste. And in this way, we see that while a certain section of population is completely denied education, a certain section of population has adopted it as the traditional caste occupation. Yeah. So how is this entire edifice maintained? And Ambedkar is very clear that it is not maintained by some natural law or this is a natural evolution of Indian society, but he maintains that it is maintained at the point of a bayonet by force. And this force takes two forms. One is direct violence, and secondly, social boycott. And as we saw earlier with the social constraints on consumption, if untouchables were seen to take up certain indicators of social status, like certain forms of clothing or ornamentation, they would face social boycott. And this boycott was not faced by the individuals who were rallying against these norms, but the entire collective. And in this way, violence and coercion played a very central role in maintaining the operation of caste within the social and economic domain. And another other forms of social boycott would include denial of employment opportunities to an entire caste within a village, or not having any form of economic relations with the untouchable caste within a certain region. And this sort of forced caste to operate based on traditional caste norms. So, what was Ambedkar's framework for an emancipatory economic policy? Now, we all know, and I think this point has been raised by many other scholars, that Ambedkar was a great proponent of state socialism. But his advocacy for state socialism was not just because of certain of an idea of justice or because of his roots in Fabian socialism, but rather he saw socialism as a way to counter caste. Now, how? For example, with the nationalization of land, Ambedkar notes in the Constituent Assembly debate that land is crucially linked with caste status, with social status, and so nationalization of land would ensure that this sort of a status marker does not remain a status marker anymore. Similarly, he's a great proponent of industrialization. As we saw, he critiques the agrarian economy, is arguing for freedom of contract, and to bring in this industrialization, he's arguing for state socialism, which would bring in a rapid industrialization of the country. Along with these, he is arguing for fundamental rights. Now, fundamental rights for Ambedkar, and in Ambedkar, there is this question of majority, political majority, and a political minority, which comes up again and again. And he notes that caste, untouchable castes are political minorities within the village and within the nation, and therefore fundamental rights have to be beyond the possibility of amendment by a political majority. And moving ahead, so some other frameworks that he some other measures that he recommends are legal and constitutional remedies against discrimination, against violence, ensuring representation, not only political representation, but representation in employment, in education, in all spheres of economic activity, industrialization and urbanization, as I've already mentioned, and economic, social, and political reforms. Now, coming to the last part of our presentation, what is the relevance of this study today? And which is a very valid question. That first of all, Ambedkar as a critical thinker who has contributed to the study of caste, who has probably contributed more than anybody else to the study of caste, his writings are still today a valuable source from wherein we can see not just descriptions of how discrimination operates, how caste operates, and how caste hierarchies are reproduced, but also his analysis on why this is happening and in what and the theoretical frameworks to understand these phenomena. And many of these phenomena have sort of are still relevant today because privileges and disadvantages are historically transmitted. So, for example, if we look at the Bombay Hereditary Offices Act, or even more specifically to the Punjab Land Alienation Act, we see that landlessness amongst Dalits is highest in Punjab even today. So Ambedkar's description and critique of the Punjab Land Acquisition Act still becomes relevant today. At the same time, Ambedkar himself notes that caste being a dynamic structure, there are many changes, and even there are from the description that we have provided, we can see that there are many differences between Ambedkar description and from what we see today. However, there are also a lot of continuities, and these continuities, many of these continuities deal with caste as an economic structure, and through Ambedkar's analysis, we can still use them to study and theorize upon caste as we see it today. And so, coming to an end, the framework for the study of caste needs a theoretical framework which is also historically grounded, which has an understanding of how history operates, how as an institution, a dynamic institution operates through history, and how structural barriers and privileges sort of come into play. So this is something that we are looking at in our paper, and we'll be finishing it up very soon. And so I think with this, I will end my presentation here, and we can move to the question and answer session that is possible.
Thank you, Dr. Moon. Thank you. So if we have the questions, we can put it on the chat box. Yeah, that would be great. In the meantime, let me emphasize one thing. When we as scholars speak in a very specialized kind of platform like this, with the speakers, we take some of the speakers for granted. So sorry, some of the audience to be for granted. So in the benefit of the larger audience, I just would like to put 2 points for all of us. Is why Dr. Ambedkar's economic thought needs to be put in perspective. So generally, we try to consider Dr. Ambedkar in a light that okay, he's a typical Dalit scholar. Okay? But just try to understand that he was foremost an economist. He went to pursue his master's and PhD from Columbia and then subsequently from LSE as an economist, right? Most of the other people who went outside India, they went to pursue law. Right? That is one very important thing that we need to keep in mind. And arguably, we can say that in whole of Constituent Assembly, he was the single most biggest scholar in the whole of Constituent Assembly, especially in economics. First few of his writings, for example, his Columbia thesis was based on center-state relationship and provincial finances. His doctoral thesis at LSE was problem of the rupee. So he was not concerned. He did not concern himself a lot from the political and social thoughts, which he generally regarded as post, in our understanding. But he was foremost economic scholar. That is for the benefit of the larger audience, which when we discuss about Ambedkar, we take it for granted. And second thing is his there was a resurgence of interest in Dr. Ambedkar around the time 1990. That is around his birth centenary, and that a lot of scholars invested a lot of time and resources to reinvent Dr. Ambedkar, his writings, because first 35, 40 years of the independence, his writings were not that was useful for academic purposes, but not in a popular debate. And so these 2 points I thought would be a good idea. It may be a good idea to put this in front of the larger audience. In the meantime, do we have questions? That would be great to.
Vikas have sent one to Saket directly. Should I just ask it?
Yeah, that would be great, Ruchira. Please go ahead.
I'm wondering also how Ambedkar responded to other economists of his time, right? Like one of the big issues that he writes about is the problem of the Indian rupee, where he's asking for fixed exchange rates. Meanwhile, straight after that period, that is the time when the Keynesian revolution is starting, and Keynes is asking for flexible exchange rates, low rates of interest, and liquidity, like unconstrained liquidity outside of that, outside of fixed exchange rates. Similarly, how did Ambedkar relate to the classics? How did he relate to Smith and Marx? I'm sure is very well documented. So, can you comment a little on those things?
Thanks, Ruchira. Wonderful question.
So I think, yeah, there are two questions that you have asked. I think Dr. Ishan is here as well. I think he, he'll take the first question. But I'll just briefly comment on the second question, his relation to Smith and Marx. So as you said, his analysis of Marx is very well documented. But what we feel is that his analysis of Marx, and he is looking at Marx in both the sympathetic light as well as in a critical light. And in a critical light, as he wherein he relates to how Marx applies to Indian society, and this is nowhere more clear than his address to the railway workers at Manmad. This is in 1936, I think. Yeah. So where he basically, where which we also mentioned in the presentation, wherein he notes that there are not just two classes in Indian society, there are very many classes, and Marx himself never noted that there are only two classes. So regarding a lot of different, regarding the political question, how would a revolution come about? He critiques Marx, but also he retains a lot of, Marxian political economy in different places. With regard to Smith, and I think I mentioned here freedom of contract, wherein he talks about the traditional society, traditional agrarian society, agrarian economy, he mentioned that he wants to bring in freedom of contract. However, in another place in 1943, in a 1943 speech on parliamentary democracy, he mentioned that freedom of contract is good, but there have to be limits on freedom of contract as well. And he gives in the examples of Western economies wherein freedom of contract between unequals is a right to exploit. And so there is this nuance in Ambedkar, wherein rather than mentioning that freedom of contract is like a universal good, he sees it as something important in a caste-based society, but in a capitalist society, it can also lead to exploitation. I think uh, with regards to the first question, if Ishan can take over.
Thank you, Saket, for conveniently giving me the difficult question. Hi, Ruchira, Vikas. So yeah, no, I'll just start by saying, so Vikas said, Ambedkar, the role of Ambedkar as an economist. I think that is absolutely right. But I think what is less acknowledged is the fact that Ambedkar, as far as caste is concerned, is a political economist, or specifically a heterodox economist in his method of studying caste or group identity. So that is also something to be noted. To not answer Ruchira's question, I think we have not looked at it, Ruchira. We have looked at we have restricted our study as of now to caste and Ambedkar taking on caste and Ambedkar taking on other authors on caste. But we have not looked at his economic contributions and how his, non-caste economics of Ambedkar. We have not looked at it because it's in itself quite vast. And very quickly, I don't know if we have time, but there are some questions in the comments. Should I take it right now?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so
please,
there is a
Ishan.
question on caste as a social and cultural context. Sure, it is a cultural and a social construct, but of course, it also has a very strong economic function. And in fact, the works of Balmurli Natarajan and others, so they talk about how caste has been restricted as a cultural phenomena, but the economics of it is gone, which is important to address, and hence this paper. Caste, the role of caste in labor market segmentation in India. So it's very much there. So there are several studies, including Azim Premji University, State of Working India, and there are several studies which do talk about presence of segmentation, labor market segmentation by caste. They do note that it has changed a bit, and in the sense that there are newer occupations. There was no gig work when Ambedkar was writing, but what scholars have noted is this, that even the newer occupations, there is a caste sorting. So for instance, if there's a completely new occupation, completely new industry, there you could see a caste based hierarchy, as far as in the sense who occupies the lower ranks of the new occupation, and who occupies the higher rung of the occupation as far as, so it replicates the caste hierarchy. I think I'll just take one more. This thing about Dalit capitalism and whether capitalism can eradicate caste and whether Dalit capitalism is the way to go about it. From Ambedkar's work, Ambedkar would argue very strongly against it. Ambedkar, in fact, in several places, he notes that capital, if first of all, he says, and I'm paraphrasing, he says, I don't know if capital can do it. Capital can, erase the kind of deprivation we have. And even if it is allowed to do, it will create massive inequalities, as is seen in the Western countries. So Ambedkar is sort of vehemently against, letting the private capital rule, and in the hopes of getting rid of caste-based disparities. And as Sakit noted, he is very much in the favor of state socialism. Albeit he talks about a democratic route, so he's against violence in that sense. I think I'll stop here. There are some more. Sakit, I don't know if you have
Can I
time.
ask one question? If just it will not just a kind of curious. So, as I understand Marx, he said that economics is the basis of all the social relations. Does we have an understanding from Dr. Ambedkar that economics is the basis of all the caste relations in India? Does he say something of this sort? In paraphrase or in more detail?
Sakit, I'll take this first if you want to add on. So no, so in Marx, I think the basis of class formation is the production relations basically, and where does one person fall in the class ladder will depend upon the ownership of means of production, and where does that person fall in. In Ambedkar, I think Ambedkar makes it very clear in at least two places where he says that caste flows not just from economic power, but there are at least 3-4 kinds of other political power, including religious power. And he actually keeps going back throughout his texts. He keeps going back to the fact that caste draws its sanctity from religious texts. So in Ambedkar, it definitely is not just coming from ownership or of means of production or the production relation. Having said that, there are several places where he does put a lot of emphasis on economic power also. So, it's not either or in Ambedkar. That is my take.
Thanks, Ishan, and thanks, Sakit. Sharmin, do we have more time for the questions? There are a few questions. Sharmin,
yes, we have actually a good 10 minutes left to ask questions. So in fact, in the Q&A box, I think there are another
yes.
2-3 major questions being asked by Ishan and Habravish. Yeah. So we can we have time to cover that, and maybe in 10 minutes, anything else the presenters also want to say, we have time for that. Yeah.
So the question from Ishan Senolikar. Should I ask the question, Ishan, or you will go ahead with it?
Do you want to add something at this stage?
Sorry, may I interrupt you? Actually, because maybe you could read out the questions, since I think
so that everybody
the audience can't see these questions.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. So Ishan Senolikar has asked this question. I'm sorry if I pronounced the name incorrectly. Can we say that classes have now broadened and now studied under identity economics? Would it be viable to use Dr. Ambedkar's view to study phenomena looking at economics of identity, or would it be different? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll take this, being an economist. So, it's classes have definitely broadened in the sense that, of course, as economies changed, as societies and class structures change. As I said, there are newer occupations, there are newer intermediary classes and all kinds of classes. But so it is definitely, so the point is, how do we study a phenomena? So do we have an underlying theory? So in Ambedkar, so where Sakit left his presentation was the fact that one can draw up a framework from Ambedkar, and that framework can be used. So in Ambedkar, there is an existing framework which says that, look, caste is this dynamic thing. It draws power not just from economic but other sources. It is an exploitative thing, and these are the ways that it works. So one can definitely use that framework to look at economics of identity. Now, others have also studied economics of identity, people like Akerlof and others like Gary Becker, but their framework is mainly the neoclassical framework. So their whole thing comes from utility maximizing rational individuals, and that could be very limiting when we are looking at group inequalities. Because then, if a group is not doing well, you could argue that look, this group is not getting adequate wages because probably because their marginal product of labor is low, so they are not contributing enough to the society anyway. But so here is where Ambedkar's framework becomes so important, that there are structural barriers. It's not just about one bad apple, one bad mean racist or a casteist employer, but rather there are structural barriers which reproduce caste hierarchies, and this is also very, very dynamic. So in that sense, Ambedkar has a very, very powerful framework, but it is understudied, and that framework itself is not explicitly laid out, not even by Ambedkar, but also not by any scholars that we know of, an economic framework to study Ambedkar. So that is where the utility of our study comes in, and we hope to make some sort of a framework which may be useful later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Thanks.
think
Thanks, Ishan.
yeah.
Yeah. Haberwish has two questions. First, if you can clarify any difference between Dr. Ambedkar's vision of state socialism and some Marxist vision of market socialism. Second, given the vast changes that have taken place in the social grades various castes now occupy as against the time of Dr. Ambedkar, would you still argue that Dr. Ambedkar's conceptualization of social class is still satisfactory for political economic theorization? So these are the two questions.
So, hi, Abrovesh. So, I'll say that Dr. Ambedkar's vision of state socialism and the description that he makes of it, wherein he talks about nationalization of land, nationalization of industry, as well as bringing in limitations on the market. I think that is a very unique vision and quite different from the idea of market socialism, uh, because he's speaking about socialism in a much traditional sense, if I can say so, wherein we have nationalization of land and industry. Uh, for the second question, wherein I think what you are asking is that certain castes have encountered or have undergone some modicum of social and economic progress, and is Dr. Ambedkar's conceptualization still satisfactory for current for our contemporary theorization? I think so. See, as I mentioned in my presentation, caste being a dynamic structure, there are changes that have happened, but there are also continuities. Now, it is up to us to see what aspects of Dr. Ambedkar's theorization are still relevant and which ones might be there might be aspects that might not be relevant anymore. As well as I think when we are looking at theorization, when we're looking at uh, what he says about specific castes, but rather about the structure of caste, the entire institution of caste, and how even though there are changes within that institution, there are exchanges, or rather there is mobility happening within that institution. Is the structure changing, or is the structure still the same, or rather similar? So I think with that uh, caveat, we can actually still argue that Dr. Ambedkar's conceptualization of social class, being not just economic class and being sort of a nexus of many different axes of power, being economic, political, educational, religious, so on and so forth, is still relevant to a large degree. Dr. Ishan, if you would like to add anything to it.
I'm fine. I think this is the last question. I don't know if we have time, but Kavita is asking about structural barriers and privileges. I think the structural barriers are so one needs to differentiate between how an employer discriminates against an individual, let's say on the basis of gender or sexuality or caste or race, which is quite straightforward. But you know that is where most of the economic studies are focused on measuring discrimination, quantifying discrimination, audit studies, all kinds of studies. But there are other sort of unseen structural barriers, or not so obvious sort of structural barriers and privileges. So for instance, all these social codes, unwritten social codes, or institutionally some groups being favored by policy. So, for instance, I'll just give you an example. For instance, Green Revolution in India, very, very prominent. But Green Revolution obviously ended up benefiting the land owning classes a lot more. And the fact that the scheduled castes in Punjab were not allowed to own land historically, it meant that an entire group could not benefit. Now, no study in Green Revolution in India but typically talks about this, but it is a structural issue. So one could think of several structural barriers and privileges that different groups face, which is not really quantified very easily using blinder Rohaka or other kinds of methods, and hence it is ignored. But it's important to look at. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Ishan and Saket. So we have hand of Kiran raised. Kiran, do you have something to say? Your hand is raised. Or
Okay, sorry, 1 second.
yes, Sharmin, please.
Actually, I think the attendees cannot unmute themselves or switch their cameras on. So I don't know if Kiran or anybody else has a question, you'll have to type it into the Q&A box. So if that's the case, we still have like 2 minutes, to before we can end this conversation. So if as I said, either the speakers want to say something or one quick question from the audience or one of the panelists, we have time.
Well, I think order of precedence dictates that the speakers should have the say.
Yeah.
In case you guys miss something and you would like to add something next 2 minutes.
Saket, do you want to?
I think I have made my presentation. I think if you want to add something.
Fine. I just know
I
don't
actually
really...
typed something that he wants to know the relation between land reforms and caste. So I think if you could elaborate on
land reforms and caste. So Ambedkar was very particular about land reforms and caste, and it is easy to see the connection because he keeps on talking about land being the source of economic power, political power, opportunities. So he was explicit about the need for land reforms, and that unfortunately has gone off the radar in the last 30-40 years. But overall, I think what I want to say is one that it's a privilege to be here. It's not very frequently we come across HET conferences. So congratulations and thank you for having us. Secondly, I think once we started to do this work, we did feel kind of isolated because it's hard to get direction and comments. So in that sense, we are very pleased to get all the questions, and we'll circulate the paper, and we'll look forward to all the criticisms and comments and everything else. So thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Ishan and Saket. It was quite insightful, and we had the privilege to listen to it live. So thank you. Over to you, Sharmin.
Yeah, so I think so now we have our next presentation by Shahana. So I think I'll pass over the mic to Avninder, who can introduce Shahana and conduct the discussion. Thanks. Yeah. Thanks, Ishan, and thanks, Ishan and Saket and Vikar.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us.
So I can't see the speaker. Is he around? Yeah. Okay, Sarah. So I think, yeah. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. So our next speaker is Sahana, who is pursuing her PhD from Hyderabad Central University. And in fact, her topic is quite interesting on the question of interest, understanding Abu Ala Maududdi's contribution to Eastern Islamic economic thought through his engagement with interest from 1936 to 1960. So it's very important because, in fact, most of the times when we study Islamic idea about interest, it's more concentrated around ethical dimensions, okay, moral dimensions. So what I could see here, it's more about, embedded within the economics logic and political economics logic. So I'm very eager to listen to your presentations. So maybe you have 20 minutes and then we can have some brief conversations. and we'll take some questions from the audience. So is that fine with you, Sana?
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Thank you.
Okay, so you have 20 minutes, and in fact, if I missed something about you, because I somehow, so please still also if add some points about you also. So about your education and all, that would be also better. Okay, over to you, Sana.
Yeah. Mm. Is my PowerPoint visible? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So thank you so much, Sherman, for inviting me. It was quite unexpected. And hello, everyone. Thank you, sir. So the title, as already mentioned, is about interest. So getting into it. Interest, that is excess charged beyond principal in debt transactions, is an entrenched aspect of modern finance. The available evidence of the practice of interest dates back to the written history of humanity itself. Likewise, the written discourse on interest flourished in the history of economic thought from Jewish thought to the present. In Islamic tradition, according to the dominant view among ulama, interest-based transactions fall into the category of riba. So I don't have time to explain everything, but this riba classification is quite complex within Islamic jurisprudence. So riba is also one among the 7 deadly sins in Islam. Throughout the history of Islamic jurisprudence, ulama differed on the scope of riba. However, the differences were limited to business transactions. In loans, both decreasing and increasing the debt amount against an early or delayed payment of debt is forbidden by all major schools of Sunni Islam. Also, it's quite similar in Shia Islam as well. So, the emergence of innovative ways of wealth generation under modern finance capitalism posed novel challenge to Islamic scholars as they had to adjudicate the legality of these financial innovations. Besides, the inferior economic and political status of Muslim community compared to the West prompted many scholars to embrace modern banking system to achieve economic prosperity. For instance, Manazir Hasan Gilani, a prominent Islamic scholar from India, not only exempted all forms of banking from the ambit of riba, but also accused the Muslim capitalists who denounce interest of committing crimes against the community, since wealth, instead of empowering the community, is strengthening un-Islamic forces. So, Maududdi's intervention in the discourse of interest happened in this context. It has a reaction to the conflict among the Muslim intelligentsia on the validity of interest in Islam. Also, Maududdi's engagement with the question of interest is manifold, of which a major share belongs to Islamic jurisprudence. However, this paper focuses only on the economic dimension of his critique of interest. Maududdian critique of interest. The question that Maududi asks primarily is interest rational and economically justifiable? He engages with major justifications of interest in classical economic thought. First of all, interest is rationalized as a compensation for the risk the lender undertakes in giving away the money for a period which they could have utilized for their own advantage. Hence, charging interest is similar to charging rent on properties. Maududi recognized the risk involved in debt transactions, but interest for risk is groundless since risk is not quantifiable. What do you mean by the risk is not quantifiable is that there are limitations in predetermining the risk. So it's not a quantifiable commercial commodity. Moreover, the lender has the choice either to demand security for the debt or deny the loan. Demand for the opportunity cost is legitimate only in case of commercial loans. However, predetermination of fixed opportunity cost in the form of interest is illogical due to the probability of both profit and loss from the investment. Rent is also not applicable either on money or on goods like rice, since these are expendable commodities. Here, adhering to the money in the concept of scholastic and classical economic thought, Madhudi confuted interest. So it's classical economic, there is slight difference between the scholastic thought and Islamic thought, but I'm not getting into the details. The second justification of interest is that along with money, time is also being lent. Time has value and the interest is being charged for the time. Madhudi recognizes the significance of time in business. Also, this is quite similar to the classical Islamic thought. Unlike the scholastics, in classical Islamic thought, time has value. Time is recognized an element in determining the price. However, its predetermination is wrong. However, presuming the interest of money without considering the possibilities of profit and loss is wrong. Hence, gaining profit through partnership only logical. The third rationale for interest is that profitability is an intrinsic aspect of capital, and the very act of lending capital itself justifies interest. Madhudi discredited this claim by pointing out the necessity of other factors like labor along with the capital for generation of the profit. Even so, profitability is not guaranteed in any entrepreneurship. Finally, interest is justified on the ground of time value of money. That is, money at present has more value than in future due to its potential of profitability. Hence, the lender charges for the decrease in the value of money for that period. The reasons for the decline are future is uncertain, present needs are more valuable, and money has higher practical utility in the present. Madhudi perceived this not as a concrete economic phenomenon, but rather as a mere psychological assumption. So I argue that the major point Madhudi missed out here is not just the phenomenon of inflation in the modern economy, but also the role of interest in inducing inflation by increasing the production cost. He recognizes it in other parts, but he's not actually getting into it. Also, he is from a journalistic background. Actually, in Islamic thought, Ibn Qayyim long back identified this potential interest potential for inflation, but Madhudi might be not aware of it. Critique on the theories of interest rates. So besides critiquing the justification of interest, Madhudi challenged the rationale of interest rate in classical economics. The determination of interest rate by applying the logic of demand and supply of capital for investment will only end up in economic depression. This system is based on speculation, in which the lender speculates both high rate of profit, whereas the borrower speculates both profit and loss. The system therefore operates on a continuous rivalry between two groups. Economically, along with the rise in the demand for capital in the economy, the lender increases the interest rate to the extent that business will no longer be profitable to the entrepreneur. At this stage, the demand decreases and the economy becomes stagnant, and the lender reduces interest rates to revitalize the economy. This continuous cycle will ultimately result in recurring depression in the capitalist economy. This actually is borrowing a little bit from Marxian, this recurring cycle of depression under capitalism and all. So Madhudi writes, the damage caused is exactly similar to the damage caused by the owner of a river who releases the blocks of water to the field and gardens according to the demand for the water. In his policy is that when there is no demand for water, he releases large quantities at low price. And as soon as the demand for water starts increasing, he begins to increase its price to the extent that it would not become profitable to buy water at such a price and use it in gardens and fields. So a cooperative relationship between capital and business based on profit and loss sharing would have avoided this instability in the economy. Another rationale for interest rates is focused on the capitalist need for the capital. Here, capitalist means the money, capitalist, the lender. If the capitalist is in need of his own resources, they increase the interest rate and decrease it if they don't need it. Madhudi refutes this by pointing out that only a marginal share of total capital is being utilized for individual demands. Capitalists hoards the money to reap maximum advantage of the changing economic circumstances. Then Madhudi is critiquing on the arguments that are being raised as advantages of interest. The claims of the economic benefits of interest, that is, motivation for saving and ensuring a continuous flow of financial capital to the best enterprises in the economy, and facilitation of credit needs, were outrightly rejected by Madhudi. In his view, interest prompts the hoarding and underutilization of wealth. The decreased consumption leads to a reduction in sales. The subsequent decline in production and employment results in reduced purchasing power among the masses. The excess production, coupled with reduced purchasing power, ends up in economic crisis. Besides, interest necessitates the flow of capital only into those industries that can fetch profit above the estimated fixed interest rate, thereby neglecting the diverse economic needs of the society. Furthermore, the interest forces the entrepreneur to maintain profit through whatever means possible. Referring to the long history of Muslim communities, Madhudi argued that financing without interest is possible. However, since interest is legitimized in modern times, no one, including the government, can access loans without interest. Then he's getting into the critique on the forms of interest-based loans. So Madhudi specifically elucidated the ill effects of interest in all forms of loans. In case of personal loans, there is a high possibility, particularly among economically marginalized sections, of getting trapped in the clutches of interest and being pushed into the perpetual economic indebtedness. The ceaseless anxiety arising out of this scenario will not only reduce the work capacity, but also force them into antisocial activities like crime. The consequent reduction in the productivity of labor and purchasing power of the debtor will hit commerce, ultimately ending up in economic depression. On commercial loans, Madhudi rebuked the moneylenders since they are the only class having the privilege of fixed profit, indifferent to the realities of the market. More than that, the lender hoards capital to attain maximum benefit of the fluctuations in the financial market and invests capital only in enterprises in which the profit is completely assured. This short-term investment will foster mediocre business and hinder enterprises catering to the public interest. In long-term investments, devaluation of currency necessitates the entrepreneur to increase the sales to maintain high profit margin. If that is not achieved, the business will fall into loss. Regarding public debts, the government amasses from the capitalists within the nation. The inevitability of interest payment necessitates the government to extract wealth in the form of taxes. The entrepreneurial class, to maintain the profitability amidst increased taxes and other levies, increase the price of goods. See, here Madhudi recognizes how interest lead to inflation, but this is not being further developed. The transfer of taxed money to the capitalists in the form of interest is indeed an indirect exchange of wealth from the poor to the rich, within the country via the medium of government. And he states that, and he sarcastically writes down, in this upside down system, the biggest capitalist of the country becomes the most deserving person to receive help. And the obligation to help this deserving capitalist rests on the shoulders of every citizen of the country who is obliged to toil hard with his sweat and blood, even if it is at the cost of providing bread and butter to his starving children. A portion of that food is thus reserved and procured for country's most poor billionaire. More critical than this, the sovereign debts will disturb the autonomous monetary and economic status of the indebted nations. Subsequent financial constraints of the nation engender extremist political, cultural, and economic ideologies leading to wars or revolution. Because he was writing in that context after First World War and everything, he observed that. So that also went into his writings. Apart from this, Maududi engaged in in-depth critique of interest in various spheres of life. Morally, interest will breed negative characteristics like selfishness and materialism, and this will create a social situation in which the need of one individual will be perceived as an opportunity by the other. This perennial antagonistic relation between the lender and the borrower, according to Maududi, will beget social and cultural deterioration, eventually leading to economic deterioration as well. Due to time constraints, I'm skipping the critique on the history of modern banking. He's basically looking into the history of banking, in how the banking emerged from goldsmiths, how they issued receipts for the gold, and then it started paper currency. And he's critiquing that because according to him, the entire banking system is founded on without any actual capital base. So I'm I'm skipping that session. Coming to the conclusion. Despite being an Islamic scholar, political philosopher, and an activist, why Maududi spent so many years on interest? The answer lies in the key aspect he identifies of Islamic moral economy, that is the circulation of wealth. 4 basic elements of Islamic economy, according to Maududi, are free economy without restrictions, zakat, which is compulsory taxation, the law of inheritance, and the prohibition of interest. Adherence to these will bring the circulation of wealth without compromising on economic prosperity. Among these, only the prohibition of interest was under severe attack in modernity. Maududi identified interest as an essential element of capitalism to the extent that capitalism will collapse without interest. Maududi illustrates the impact of capitalist economy as initially capitalist wealth with its fabulous display created deceptive scintillation in civilization. But the end result of this unequal distribution of wealth is metaphorically nothing more than frozen blood supply within the body of global economy. Most parts of the body dry up and die for the want of blood, and the excessive accumulation of blood destroys the vital organs of the body. Maududi explored the possibility of communist alternative to capitalism, but abandoned it as unnatural due to its denial of the pursuit of human self-interest. Basically, they were looking at whenever Islamic thinkers, when they are engaging with communism, they are looking into the communist regimes and communist governments, not exactly to the Marxian critique per se. For him, the communist regime is autocratic and run by the big capitalists in power. In the search for perfect economic alternative, Maududi ended up with Islam, which he identified as a balanced economic system, antithetical to the two extremes of capitalism and communism. So I argue that responding to the major economic questions in his period might have influenced Maududi to perceive Islam as a balanced system. In conjunction with the conceptualization of Islamic economic system, Maududi formulated its comprehensive structure and identified interest prohibition as one of the 4 fundamentals of the system. Citing no other sin in Islam has been proclaimed as harshly as interest, he constructed the real objective of interest prohibition as the annihilation of capitalism. Consequently, constructing interest-free finance is incommensurable under capitalist economic system. However, in a reality where Islamic economic system is shattered and capitalism engulfed the modern economy practically and ideologically, Madhudi recognized that interest as a normal practice has been ingrained into the psyche of Muslim common sense. Basically, he was writing this for those Muslims, not exactly for the academia. So he ventured to construct a general framework for the interest-free Islamic economic system. Hence, the negation of interest provided a crucial philosophical and practical foundation for imagining an alternative Islamic economy, and the conceptual categories Maududi developed aided the development of Islamic economics as a distinct discipline in the later years. Maududi's attempt to understand the rationale of interest prohibition is not at all a novel development in Islamic thought. For instance, much before the advent of modern economics, Ibn Qayyim astutely predicted the inflationary potential of interest. The significance of Maududi stems from the fact that he contributed to sustain the relevance of the critical discourse on interest in a period where interest is completely normalized. More so, it paved way for imagining and developing alternative ways of finance in the peripheries of the mainstream economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Sana, for a wonderful, in fact, angle, which is because most of the times when you look at the standard text dealing with history of economic thought, the entire Islamist approach is limited to moral critique of interest. However, most of them recognize the property aspect of it, because for the first time, gender aspect was more equal than any other religious doctrine than in Islam, which made Islam in that sense very progressive at the outset. But those things were recognized. But the way Madudi's contribution is there, it's very important because it can be seen in the totality. Because while on the one hand, it talks about the demand side of the impact, on the other hand, it also talks about the control of the control over the resources and basically monopolization of the lending market itself. And further, that is also very important that it also talks about banking system and leverage also. The idea of leverage is also there, how it can be used, like, okay, you only a part of it is under transactions and valuations. So leverage is that. So those concepts are quite well and I think wonderfully discussed in your paper. But I have a few queries. You have already talked about that he, to some extent, ignored inflation, even if at some point of time he gave a passing reference to that, but largely it remained absent in terms of analysis. But what is more important, in fact, what I see that money as an asset, so cash or maybe money as an asset, that is very important because inflation is also a part of it. When you have money in your hand, you can buy equity, bonds, invest in commodities, okay, the different kind of things. Inflation is also in that way a kind of purchasing power of money. So it's not about simply keeping money for the next period. So what is more important, that different uses of money. Okay. So in that sense, if let us suppose there is no interest rate, if your money is not yielding anything, in fact, many say that money is sterile, money cannot produce money. But what happens in that case, if others' assets, money as an asset is yielding other things, yielding something positive, in across all other aspects, then definitely no one will hold cash or money. In fact, entire economy will witness complete wiping out of money for the lending and lending purposes. Are you getting my point? So nobody would lend it out. So relative yield of money is also important, that including the cash. So how would you highlight that firstly? And secondly, when we talk about, when we link interest rate to profit and all, as Madhudi actually done, that okay, it's risky about risk, profit and loss and all. But what, if we look at the origin of rate of interest in mainstream economics, it was started with mainly William Nassau Senior, who had an abstinence theory of interest rate, who talked about like, why you charge interest rate, because you abstain from the consumption. Consumption is good. You are abstaining from the consumption. Therefore, something is charged upon that. And later, and in fact, that pain must be rewarded with the interest rate. But what is important with that notion is, for the first time, capital or loanable funds became a factor of production. Because earlier, when you talk about before Nassau, there was no distinction between profit and interest rate. So in most of the writings of Adam Smith, Ricardo, and all classical economics, they were totally confused about profit and rate of interest. Okay, they were basically treated them similarly. But William Nassau Senior's, after that, post his analysis, interest rate was treated as factor of production. Now, interest, as far as we talk about risk, so now there were three kind of factor of production. One, of course, labor was there, land was there, so capital was there. So interest was something which is a fixed. Okay, the owner who is taking that loan has to have returned the money with certain interest rate. An entire risk is basically owned by entrepreneur. So risk is associated with the entrepreneur. Okay, in money, loanable money will fetch a fixed interest rate. Labor class will ask for a fixed wage rate. Land also would fetch a fixed rent before you conduct any economic exercise. So they will charge a fixed rate before you enter into a production. So whatever production is happening, whatever risk is associated with the production is basically accrued to the one who is owning that activity, entrepreneur. So risk is associated with them, but capital is taking a fixed return, labor is getting a fixed return, so there is no risk associated with that. So basically, creating a divide between capital and ownership of economic activity was very essential to it. So I want you to start with the commenting on these two things, and let's take questions from the audience in between.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, sir. So those were very insightful questions. So the major limitation of this paper is that the paper only engaged with how Maududi handled interest. But then the point is that Maududi's engagement with interest is part of his engagement with this larger idea of Islamic economy. So the moment you place the Islamic interest as part of that whole, all these problems won't come up. The problems that we see in the capitalist economy, that won't come up in the Islamic economy. So it's also moral economy, right? So the entire foundation itself is different. The entire foundation, the entire logic in which people operate, it's not exactly the way of a rational individual operates. For instance, according in Islam, there is a rule that if a person has money, wealth, other than, has savings, and if the another person demands it, and it's legally, it should be lent out, and it's a necessity. And then the reward for lending money to a person in need is more rewarded than charity itself. So there are all these notions working out that enables that entire Islamic economy. There is zakat system is there. Also there is Baitul Mal is there. So within that, when we put these restrictions of interest, then the system works. That's why the major reason why Islamic finance had to amend with too many capitalist things, because they are working under capitalist premises. That aspect is there. Yeah, so I think both questions are coming from that aspect. So if we understand it in a holistic way, this will be. Also, Maududi recognized these problems. And he says that it can't be achieved within it. It can never happen within it unless we completely change it. So, and he's not only asking for individual moral changes, he's demanding the change from the state itself. So he's basically a political philosopher, and he's his ideas are a bit controversial. But the thing is that first the state has to intervene it, then the entire society need to be restructured in a different way. Then only this will operate, or else this will also be a failure. Or else, yeah, that's the thing.
Okay, okay, so basically, it's more about personal loans. Maybe I will come back to you later if we have time, if we get the time. But there are a few questions from the audience as well.
Yeah.
Like, how does Islam ensure macroeconomic stability from the government perspective, of course, without using interest rates? So basically, you use interest rates as a tool to stabilize the economy. So I think that question is asked in that respect. Could you suggest any literature regarding this?
Yeah. So the problem of stability won't arise according to Maududi. The thing is that there is a difference between the real economy and monetary economy in our present system. But in Islam, the way he perceives it is completely different. For instance, when an entrepreneur lends it, they have to be much connected with each other. For instance, when I'm investing in something, I have to check its profitability, and then there should be a lot of trust. I missed this factor. Trust is an important element in Islamic way of doing things. So there should be much more trust and reliability between the parties. So there is not great difference between the real economy, what's happening out there, and the money economy. So because there is not much difference between the two, then there won't be instabilities. Actually, it actually happened when the 2008 depression hit. It didn't hit the Islamic banking system because it was more connected with the real economy.
Okay. Interesting point. So is Madhudi, I'm talking about a second question. Is Madhudi talking about interest per se, or in his book Riba, positioned in the role of government in fostering economic development, in which he puts larger emphasis on zakat, obligatory tax that is collected by state and then used in redistribution of resources?
Now let me read it one more time.
Yeah, it's basically. So do you see that in the zakat's context?
See, zakat and the prohibition of interest are two complementary aspects. So this work, see why he focuses more on interest is specifically because of the context. The context in which a lot of Muslim scholars started coming and saying that, see, interest is fine. So he had to respond to that situation as, no, it's not. So it's also a colonial context. And there is an idea among many intelligentsia that wealth and power are necessary to gain back, to strengthen the community. Moment you take wealth and power are necessary, then you take whatever route is available to attain wealth and power. Then it requires compromising the Sharia, the existing rules. In that context, Madhudi is intervening. So this specific work it actually published as a book much later on, but he started writing on interest from early on in itself. In fact, his first work was on interest. So yeah, to the question, zakat, in this work, he's specifically engaging with interest, but he's also he's also engaging with the question of zakat, and he's saying that, see, the public insurance that we have, there won't be any need of a insurance companies or systems if we properly execute the rules of zakat in the country. But it's much more difficult than that said. But then he is envisioning, he's giving the framework in that way, in the frame of zakat. But zakat is not much discussed primarily because zakat was not under attack. Prohibition of interest was under attack, so he engaged more with interest.
Okay, so there are, I guess, right now no questions, but I have a couple of, yes.
Actually, Abhilinder, yeah, may I come in here? May I just ask a question that I'm actually quite intrigued by while listening to Shahana, and but you can go forward if you want.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So I find this very interesting. Also, I mean, of course, and in fact, I'm taking off from Abhinder's point that he was mentioning earlier. that you're saying that typically when we read of Islamic economics, it's thought of as being, like interest is denigrated in that sense. And here, Maududi is attempting a rationalization of interest. So in that sense, it's interesting that what is it that distinguishes him within the larger Islamic economic thought pantheon in that regard? And is he trying to make some sort of a reconciliation between, say, Islamic economics and capitalism of sorts? Is it a kind of acceptance of that? Or, I'm just interested in the context. What makes him rationalize it in this sense? Yeah.
Yeah. So what is happening actually on ground was that there were in Aligarh and all, there were a lot of Muslims being taught up in modern education. And then they started critiquing Islam and the laws of Islam. So when they see the law that interest is being prohibited in Islam, it doesn't make sense to them because they are thinking from the capitalist perspective. So addressing those masses, the recently modernized Muslims, he is writing this book for them. So to address to them, he is giving all these rational justifications why interest should be prohibited. Also, this is not exactly a new development in the Islamic thought. Earlier also, thinkers attempted to understand why interest is prohibited. But in modern times, it was quite seminal contribution. Yeah.
Okay. So I guess Maria is having a question. So
Hi.
Yeah, I heard Charmin ask a question. I thought I can do that too then. I thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. And I agree here with the comments already made that you're giving a new perspective to this history and to this thinker, which I think is really important. And I wanted to pick up on one of the newer perspectives I feel like you found in your research on the specific quote that you mentioned towards the end of the presentation on the capital being blood and how if it's not distributed equally around the body. And this is just fascinating stuff because lots of thinkers are doing this in the 19th century, right? And I mean, I'm like imagining a history of biological metaphors where we haven't looked before, right? I think this is really fascinating. I think we should continue talking about this. I think this could be a really interesting kind of similarities that we see with a lot of thinkers all over the world at this time. And there's lots of really great research talking about how that changes the way they conceptualize and think about the economy, and then what they think then is a good idea to do in the economy, right? Because this, talking about organs and how sectors of the economy are like organs of the body, and blood was a very, very important idea in economic theory around this time. So I just want to say this is just fascinating, really, really interesting stuff. And I guess my question is, how did you interpret this quote in terms of the link between the economy being a body? How do you see that impacting his thought?
Yeah. So this idea of holistic, looking economy holistically instead of class antagonisms is something that differentiate Islamic thought from Marxian thought. And that's one thing, Maududi actually draws a lot of, this idea of whenever he attempts to critique capitalism, he uses Marxian critique. But then, then later on getting into distinguish from Marxism, saying that Islam is much more holistic. And this is also coming from that theological concept that everyone is God's creation. So God's creation should live in coherence and everything. So that's there in the back. So with that, so if then that's why imagining it in a holistic way. Also, it's not completely detached from, it's not completely a modern phenomena, because there is a line in Quran which clearly states that the wealth should get circulated among you. You shouldn't hoard wealth, and wealth shouldn't be kept among few among you. Wealth should get circulated. So he can refer into those Quranic lines and all, but also there, of course, he's a modern thinker, and when we look into his career, he was more a journalist. He had some education in classical Islam and everything, but he was quite exposed to all other modern aspects. That's reflected in his work as well. Also, he has little detached from other Islamic thinkers at that period.
Okay, very nice. But again, I have one query. That okay, how, because when he was writing, definitely commercial banks were quite developed. This was a time when not only not only the Western, but also in India, it was quite operating at a large scale. So how in Madudi's, because if you are talking about interest rate provision and all, how in Madudi's writing, the commercial banks were placed at that one. Has you written something on commercial banks? Because you talk about individual lending, okay, individual lending, you are talking about it's better to give like zakat and others, don't, money cannot yield money and all. But what about the commercial systems?
Okay.
Has he, yeah.
Yes, he did that. Actually, he provided a complete framework how to reorganize the banking, reorganize the state and everything. When I said about zakat, in India, Muslims are, how zakat is being distributed is individually people doing it. But he was envisioning a zakat system as a larger way in which state collects everything and state distribute whoever is in need. So no one need to be worried about it. So yeah, commercial banks also he makes multiple options, like those who just want to save and secure money, they need to pay little service tax, and then those who want to invest in it, and then let there be connection between, let that be in a partnership basis. For instance, if that, there should be contact with the entrepreneur and the investor, or else the bank should take the responsibility and clearly monitor it so that there won't be a cheating. Also, if the loss happen, it shouldn't completely fall onto the entrepreneur. There is a contract in Islam, which is that two parties can enter into a party. One is providing the labor and the other is providing the capital. So when the loss happens, it will fall completely on those who invested it, because he is lost his labor in it. So he was basing it on that contractual. There are a lot of contractual aspects which already existed in Islamic thought. But when we look into modern Islamic finance, this actually didn't take up much.
Okay, thank you, Sana. Wonderful, because it actually, bring up larger questions like, okay, if output is a collaborative project like land, labor, and capital, why at certain point of time in a feudal history, it was owned by a landed class of feudals, and in a capitalist world, it is owned by the capitalist class. So why all factor of productions are not having things on control over the surplus on a shared basis? And if it was on the shared basis, Adam Smith started with that. Even Ricardo, to some extent, said that, but there was no system of, justice, or maybe there was no system on which the total output could be distributed, and it totally, totally departure in a mainstream discourse. So that's a very large question. In fact, time is already over. Thank you very much, Sana. Thank you. It was a very important and insightful talk. And over to Sharmin.
1 second. Yeah, so firstly, thank you, Shahana, for that wonderful presentation. And I think bringing up very different set of issues from, the kind of discussions we've been having today. And also thank you, Avninder, for your comments and questions. All of that made for a very interesting conversation as such. So now we move on to our last presentation for the day, which is being delivered by Maria Bach. Maria is a postdoctoral researcher at the Walrus Pareto Center, University of Lausanne in Switzerland. She is an historian of economics, interested in how economists from what we call the global south today, how they produced economic ideas. Maria completed a PhD at King's College London in international political economy on the first generation of modern Indian economists. In fact, her PhD's work is interesting. It's on Ranade Nauroji and Gopal Krishna Gokhale. I don't know, you can correct me if I got that wrong, Maria. Then, lastly, Maria has a forthcoming book, which is going to be which is titled "Relocating Development Economics: The First Generation of Modern Indian Economists," which is being published by Cambridge University Press. So, yeah, we are looking forward to seeing that book soon. And so, with that, I hand over to Maria for her presentation on emancipatory national accounting, a comparison between India and America.
Yes, thank you, Charmin, for that wonderful introduction. And indeed, yeah, my thesis was on Nauroji, Renade, and Dutt, Ramachandra Dutt.
Oh, yes,
and then
sorry. My mistake. Yeah.
Yeah, no. The book includes Kokeli as well. So, because the book looks at the bigger, yeah, the first generation. I mean, these 9 economists that were that lived in the 19th century, more so in the second half of the 19th century. So it was not wrong per se, because I have looked at him as well. And it's coming out in November, fingers crossed now. I'm very excited. And hopefully I'll be bringing it to India very soon. So thank you so much for the invitation. I want to just take a second to congratulate all the organizers. You've put this together so quickly and so wonderfully. So thank you. I had lots of colleagues this week congratulate me as if I had anything to do with it, but about the great program and so on. So this is really wonderful to be here. I'm going to share my screen so I can get my slides up. Not that they're that important, my slides, but they're pretty. So, you know, it helps with engagement, hopefully. So I will start. So in the late 1860s, there were 2 economists, one in India and the other in North America, who produced a national income estimate. The Indian economist, Dabadan Nauroji, produced India's first ever national income estimate for years 1867 to 1868, based on production data, primarily agricultural production. Some thousands of miles away, an North American economist, Ezra Seaman, worked out one of the first estimates for national income from income tax data for 1866, and a figure for domestic production for 1869. So although on different continents with drastically different circumstances, both Nauroji and Seaman argue that if we could measure the size of their economies, they could understand their own progress. This statement, of course, seems very evident today with economic measurements like the gross domestic product that are printed daily in widespread media and publications. But the practice of measuring our economy, of course, had only just begun in the 1800s. Some even argued that counting the size of our economies really began in the 1930s and 1940s in North America. So my idea here in this bigger project that I have, that I've only just started, is that it's important to look at this earlier time period in national accounting, because as much as we can say that these national income estimates in the second half of the 19th century look very different to what we had later, they called them national income estimates, right? They discussed them as we are counting the size of our production in order to understand our progress. Well, that's exactly what the inventors of the GDP said in the 1930s. So all that to say that this history that I'm trying to do is trying to say that, look, we started counting the size of our economies much, much earlier. And that's the one thing. And the second thing is that I'm looking elsewhere. And not that nobody has looked at national accounting in what we call the Global South today, but there we really only look at how colonizers have counted their own colonies. So, you know, you have Phyllis Dean from Britain, who counts a couple of different African economies in kind of the 1940s, 1950s, and she comes up with a whole book about social accounting or what she calls colonial social accounting, and then other historians have looked at earlier time periods of how the colonizers used this national accounting, right, to count the size of economies as a way to control the population, of course, because you could understand how many farmers there were, for example, and how much yield they had, so you could understand how much you could tax them, and then you could argue that, you know, colonization brings us X amount of pounds or X amount of money. But when my gaze is obviously on different kinds of people, different kinds of producers of knowledge, i.e. people that have that are from these colonies or former colonies, that have basically a much more extensive experience of these economies. And what I'm finding already, although I'm very much at the beginning of this project, is that they actually started to use this national accounting as an emancipatory tool. Hence my title here, Emancipatory National Accounting, is because all of a sudden they're saying, hey, we're here, we can actually count our own economies, and we can use these numbers, just like the colonizers do, in order to prove political or economic theories, right? Or we can prove that a political intervention is good. We can say, look, economically, we're in this state, etc. Right. Wonderful. So as I said, this is part of a much bigger project that I've just started that looks at the history of national accounting in the global, what we call the global south today. So the idea is to understand how people from colonies or former colonies count their own economies in order to add to the bigger literature of history of national accounting. And as I said, I think it's gonna bring us new perspectives on how national accounting is done, how national accounting is done in different circumstances, because at least this is how I do history of economics. There are lots of ways of doing it, but the way I do history of economics is to understand the link between context and what knowledge is produced. And so this is just one case study out of a few others that I have. I look at Argentina in this period and a little bit later as well in the 20th century. I also look at Nigeria in the 1960s. And the idea is that there are different instances of countries that are colonies. So here we have India, who's colonized, right? We have North America, who had been colonized, but was obviously independent in this period, very much so independent. And then Argentina had also been independent for a long time. And then we have in Nigeria in the 1960s, who really does, there's this Nigerian economist who works for the government, who produces a national account in 1962, and they've only been independent for 2 years, right? And what I'm trying to tease out there is to understand how the different power relations affect the knowledge production here, and knowledge production here being how you count an economy, right? How accounting has been done. The idea for this particular paper was that I was invited by a group of historians of North America, and they wanted other perspectives as well from other parts of the world. And so I thought, and there are about 3 or 4 economists in the 19th century in North America that are using census data, right? Because they already had census data by this point to produce the size of their economies. And so I thought perhaps quite interesting to compare the two countries, because as much, again, they're very different circumstances, right? North America is independent. And of course, India isn't. They're just starting their nationalist movement, but it's a large territory. It's made up of lots of states, right? With lots of different ways of doing things. And they're also trying to produce a country, right? Hence the kind of emancipatory, the word emancipation again, right? Because in the 1960s, of course, as everybody knows, we have the American Civil War. And so the national accounting there is also used as an emancipatory tool. And Ezra Seaman is an interesting example in a way, because he does count at this very same period as Naruji, as opposed to the others, which is why I chose him, but also because he's not really talked about at all. There are a few books about the history of statistics and history of national accounting in the US at this point. One really excellent example is Eli's Cook's book, but he doesn't even mention Ezra Seaman. He seems to have kind of been forgotten about. So hence my idea that I could dig up some stuff on him. So a little bit then more for people in the audience who might not know Naruji, although I doubt that this is the case and nobody knows who is in this audience. But of course, David Naruji is of course beginning the nationalist movement at this point. He's well educated both in India and in the UK. and he wants to prove Indian poverty, right? And it does this this calculation of the Indian economy to disprove what the British are saying, which is that India is a prosperous and rich country. And he says, no, that's not at all correct, right? The colonization is not bringing progress to India. And just quickly on the comparisons between the two, and then I'm going to go a little bit more in detail onto what Nehruji and Seaman did for the national accounts, is that they're both talking about transport, railways, not at all services. It's a lot about agricultural production, which I think makes sense in the context, of course. They talk a lot about price fluctuations, which I think will be one of the things that I'm going to concentrate on in this paper, because it's really interesting, because they have lots of knowledge about how prices fluctuate in their own economies, and understand that it depends on the area, etc. And so you can't take averages of prices in large countries like the United States and India. They also talk about double counting, which again, this is something we know a lot about today, because that's something that was taken up when they established and invented the gross domestic product. But this is kind of a new, it's a bit newer in this period. And then they both interestingly talk about minimum wants, so very differently. So when Nehruji was calculating his national income estimate, he wanted to prove poverty, as I said. And so what he did was he both calculated the size of the economy, so a national income estimate per capita, but then he also worked out cost of living per capita using data from how much the British spent on inmates in prisons, which is something that was done elsewhere in the world at the time. So he was not the only one that took that because that could seem quite controversial today, but that was the only statistics. Those are the only statistics he could find, right? And this cost of living index then was much, much higher than the actual income. So he's saying, okay, well, then it was poor. Seaman, on the other hand, wanted to figure out the minimum wants, or the kind of minimum demands of people, because he feared overproduction to do with prices. Because if the US overproduced and didn't have the demand either through exporting the goods or selling them in their domestic market, then of course prices would decrease, and then you would have a decrease in progress. So it's interesting that they have that. They both want to figure out what minimum wants are, but for very different reasons. Again, it's kind of, I'm starting to want to do a lot more of this comparison across the world, because I think it's really fascinating when you compare. You can tease out reasons why people say X and not Y because of the different contexts. It's kind of to tease out that how context affects how we produce knowledge. Okay, let me move on quickly so I don't take too much time. Of course, in the late 19th century, India is starting to experience ever more severe famines, right? So Dabadan Ruji, as well as the other economists in India at the time, are seeing poverty around them, right? In the 1960s, as I said, too, of course, you have the American Civil War, which at first kind of increases the price of cotton in India, because it means that people are demanding, or the global market is demanding more of Indian cotton, but it plummets right after the price of cotton starts to plummet after the American Civil War. So this is all just to say that there's a context, of course, a regional context, but there's also this international context that affects the Indian economy drastically, not just because it's a colony, but because it's a huge producer of raw materials, right, for the industrialization that's happening across parts of the world at the time. And as I said, Nehruji found it really important to prove Indian poverty, because the British had started publishing these reports on an annual basis called Moral and Material Progress. I think the first one was published in 1861 in order to prove that India was morally and materially progressing. And of course, this is all part of the civilizing mission, right? That the British had to prove that they were there for a reason and so on. And they had all these statistics, and Nehruji got access to all these reports in a library in London in the 1850s and 60s. And he read, of course, the data quite differently, right? As one would, right? Not coming from the same situation, not with the same goal, etc. And he said, look, you read these reports, and what they're just doing, the Brits, Noriji says, and this is word for word almost, is that they're taking data and putting it into their theory, right? So they already have the theory, and then they put in the data that they have in order to prove their theory, which is that India is becoming richer, right? Right. Okay. So he does several little calculations. The first one that comes out in 1870 is really the kind of a large guesstimate. Really, he takes total production divided by population, and he uses tax income data at that point, right, and kind of extrapolates from that. Later on, he does another calculation in 1873 and 1876, which is a little bit more sophisticated. And I won't have time to go into the details here. I kind of wanted to give you more of a understanding of the context and how I'm trying to link that context with the details of how he counts. And like lots of economists of the time, he does not take services as something that gives wealth, right? And he doesn't even take transport for two reasons. A, because it's just transports a good from A to B, a lot like the physiocrats in France, right? It's just the idea that, well, it's not actually producing wealth just by distributing something from A to B. But also because, of course, that the railways were owned by predominantly British, but also other Europeans, right? And so the profits weren't even staying in India. Okay, I'm gonna have to move on. No, perhaps just one thing before I move on, which is really interesting. The colonial, as I said, the imperial administration, as I say here on the slide, the imperial administration, of course, were very unhappy with his 20 rupee per capita national income, because that obviously then disproved these reports on moral and material progress. And it really shocked the London public when he presented this in London in 1870, right? They just assumed that India was really, really rich. They were seeing lots of rich Indians coming to them, and they were like, but this can't be possible. And so the imperial administration then retaliated and did their own calculations, which those calculations I think are lost. I've been trying to look for them, but they were never published. And for now, no one's found the calculations. And that came out to 27 rupees, which is still very low, right? And one of the things that Noriji says that they missed, the imperial administration, was that they didn't take the differences in yield between unirrigated and irrigated land, right? So, and that's just one of many examples of where Noriji goes much more into the details than the imperial administration. Okay, so quickly on Ezra Seaman, who I said, there's not much information on him. I haven't even been able to find a picture of him. As you see here, this is just the book here, which he published several editions. I think there were about 7 of them between 1846 and 1868. And it's very detailed on kind of what brings progress. And then at the very end, he gives us his calculations on national income per capita, which comes out to $70 in 1852, for example. And of course, just quickly on the context in the US, is that there are lots of people, or there are at least 3 or 4 doing these kinds of national income estimates. And the idea is that all of a sudden humans are seen as as capital, right? That they're capital inputs plugged into economic equations. And I'm sure that this is, North America is not the only place where this is happening. And so Seaman is one of these. And he actually works for the government at one point in the kind of statistics department, right? Trying to figure out what to count agricultural production and so on. And one of the things that a bit like Noriji, right? He produced this as a critique, and he was critiquing free trade that he thought was too dominant, like this idea that free trade was a good idea. He argued that they needed statistics in political economy in order to really understand what are the kind of laws of nature in political economy and so on, and not just make them up kind of thing. And so he thought it was really interesting. He thought it was really necessary to have statistics in order to understand political economy better, with this overall arching goal, which is very clear in this book from the get-go, that he wanted to prove that protectionism was the way to go. Okay, I'm going to go to the next slide because I think I may have already gone over my time, so I'm just going to take as little time as I can. Now, this kind of the preliminary conclusions I have so far, right? The idea is that, of course, Nehruji was part of the kind of the beginning, kind of the instigator of the nationalist movement and so on. And so he's trying to use these statistics to prove that the colonizers were doing harm to India and not the opposite. But of course, and I think this was probably more indirect and something it's much easier for me to see as an historian. I mean, he was also proving quite vividly that Indians could count their own economies, right? They didn't need some foreigners to do it for them, right? Which, again, this emancipatory role that I think national accounting had in this context. And finally, and this is something I see in the other case studies, right? The idea is that if you count your economy, well, you're placing a border around a territory, right? Which they didn't have technically, right? If they're a colony, then their border is not their country, right? And so just by the act of counting your own economy means that you are proving that you can become an independent country, right? And then you can start to be compared to other countries and so on. And he has this table where he has he gets statistics from other statisticians like Mulhall and Atkinson of other countries' national income estimates, and he puts India at the very bottom, right? Because India, according to him, right, is the poorest country in the world. And one last point, right? Overall, I'm trying to add to the bigger literature of like statistics can never be objective, right? The very act of deciding what to count is subjective, right? And so it's interesting that when you have someone else with another goal, then the act of counting is different. And these numbers obviously have political power, and that's what Nehruji understood so well. Thank you.
Yeah. Hello, and please excuse the background noise. But yes. But anyway, let me give some comments to Maria's paper till then. Now, firstly, thanks a lot, Maria. That was a very interesting presentation and an interesting kind of comparison to draw, one from I mean, India, of course, being a colony, and the other, America, on the other hand, former colony, I guess, by then, but kind of still in the task of, proving its nationhood in that sense, creating the nation in a sense. So in that sense, the titling of your paper, the emancipatory, potential of national accounting becomes very interesting. And in this sense, I'd also like to point out that my comments and my questions are not really technical in nature, as in they're not going to go into the details of the accounting and statistics, but rather my comments and questions are going to be more conceptual in nature. So just drawing from some of the historians that and sociologists that I have been reading, who are writing around this idea of the national economy and the emergence of the idea of a national economy as such. So and in fact, I think as you, I mean, as you're also familiar, right, with the works of, and I mean, these are just the relations I'm drawing, and I would be also happy to hear from like other questions from the audience about the around these things. But if we look at, say, the works of also Goswami, that's Manu Goswami on producing India, and Satish Deshpande on the imagined economy, in that sense, it's very interesting how scholars are bringing about that towards this late 19th century, we and this is of course in the case of India especially, the discovery of the economy, or the discovery of the national economy as such, and the discovery of the economy, and therefore through the economic form, giving a sense to the it enables, in a sense, a conceptualization of the nation as well. And the thing is that here, the nation and the economy together are being discovered through poverty and through economic exploitation rather. So that is actually the language, the vocabulary through which the national economy comes to be constructed. More rather, and of course from there, so therefore national accounting or the per capita income that Nauroji then calculates and all is actually, as you had said, it is about you have to give the territory where what you're counting has to be delimited territorially. So that's an interesting point to think about, and I wonder, and also in the case, most Indian histories have also mentioned that that among the earliest, most systematic kind of articulations of Indian nationalism were in that sense through talking about the economic exploitation. Of course, there were also the cultural variants to it, and the cultural political aspects to it, and the language of social reform. All of that was part of nationalism in India, but this economic form was what really kind of put a force behind it. And at least for the mainstream of the nationalist movement, the economic aspect was really foregrounded as opposed to some of the more important social questions. So that actually is a very interesting part, and it's interesting. It might be useful to also consider how a thing like national accounting plays into that. The whole act of counting, creating a sense of the population, the people, data, information in that kind of a sense is, I mean, these are things that kind of are all coming to my mind as I'm, listening to this and reading your paper. And the other question I have is, again, I just hope in terms of even the audience and, familiarity with different kind of texts and all, but I was also wondering about Timothy Mitchell's writing on the rule of experts, and which is often quoted as Timothy Mitchell distinctly says that the national economy, as we understand it today, the way we count it, we think of it as a manageable, quantifiable object, right? And especially the management part of it. He's saying that Mitchell's assertion is that it's largely the 1930s when you can actually tangibly construct, at least you get the idea of the national economy. And he says it's more through the writings of someone like Keynes, once he comes up, especially with writing about the general theory. And it's actually the first major way to clearly construct a way of managing the national economy as such. Well, so something like 19th century national accounting, the kind of history you're constructing, and even what I think about, because the way we talk about and some of the historians we read are talking about a sense of a national economy towards the 19th century. Of course, Timothy Mitchell also addresses that to some extent, but he clearly says that the kind of writings, that Friedrich List and the way he's conceptualizing the national economic system is not truly national economy in the 20th century sense. And he also kind of contradicts the Polanyi, because even Polanyi is talking about that sense of, creating the notion of the self-regulating society and economy and all. So I wonder how these kind of accounts would compare to that we are saying that there is a national economy as a clearly identifiable object. So it's just something I'm thinking, and maybe even you can you can comment upon that. So yeah, I mean, for now, I think I can put it upon that, and I also like that. Yes, and to put it as a last thing, I found that thing interesting, that your what you said, the gaze is upon the different producers of knowledge, so coming from more the global south, from the colonized context, and also interested that economic knowledge, in that sense. How is it produced? Counting becomes actually a very important part now of, it creates narratives in that sense. So yeah, I found that quite interesting. The political dimension of, of statistics and numbers. So yeah, so anyway, thanks. Thanks for your presentation. And We hope to get some more questions, and yeah, and also yeah, I look forward to your response, Maria.
Yeah, thank you, Sharmin. You always have great things to say with our when I present in front of you. So thank you for this. I like this phrase, discovery of the national economy through poverty, because that then can get me closer to how then this is different national accounting on the part of Nuruji than Seaman, right? Because as much as he sees a lot of poverty in the south, he's from the north, and he sees there's obviously a lot of industrialization and so on in the north, although so there's lots of progress happening on the national level, but of course there's on inequalities that he worries about. But so yeah, really great phrase. And I and how counting of course forges the nation and so on. And I think Manu Goswami has done a fantastic job in this. Maybe I need to look at this imagined economy a little bit more. I've read that too, but I've used it a lot less. And that links to your second point and the kind of key question you have about, well, what about people who say that this starts a lot later, right? But I think, at least this is what I'm trying to do, and I think that this is what Manu Goswami and the author of Imagined Economies as well proves, is that, well, it's actually happening much earlier than this. But what I need to do before I give kind of my take on it, what I need to do is I need to understand how kind of historians of North America sees this earlier history, right? Because as I said, Seaman is not the only one doing this. And I mean, Seaman published 7 variations of this book. This book is gigantic, right? I mean, it's someone told me last year when I was trying to find out more about him that it's actually kind of a book that's kind of boring to read, and it doesn't say much new than the others, and so maybe that's why it's been forgotten about. But that means that stuff is going on, and then yet, you know, historians of national accounting will essentially really only talk about the 1930s and 40s, Keynes and so on. And is it because so like I need to understand and talk to them a bit more about how they see this prehistory of GDP, because it is mentioned in Eli Cook's book. Forget the title now, but he talks about statistics in the 19th century and basically how they go from moral statistics, so you know, number of poor people, and how many people are addicts. I think I don't know the details of the moral statistics, but basically how do we go from moral statistics to counting the whole economy? And he says, well, industrialization makes humans become capital, and so we need to count them to understand how they produce, how they're productive or not productive, etc. And there's this turn, and I think it happens elsewhere in the world too. But so he thinks this prehistory is really, really important, right? But there aren't that many more texts on that. So I need to understand what they think about it. But I think my hunch is that people like Timothy Mitchell talks about the economy only really being produced in the 1930s is perhaps because on an international level, although it's obviously in North America imposing a structure on the rest of the world, right? But anyway, that the world then accepts this, right? And just says, okay, so this is what we call an economy, right? This is what an economy is, and everybody's going to count the same way. And of course, it's not quite true that in practice that they do, but there's some kind of there's enough international collaboration or acceptance that this is now the way we're going to count this economy, and this means ABC. Well, it means that we can intervene in the economy this way, or it means we shouldn't intervene in the economy because of A, B, and C, right? So perhaps it's kind of an alignment of political economy or economic theories that means that people are saying this is when the economy is produced, because everybody's kind of agreeing that this is what an economy is. And in the 19th century, that's not the case, right? Lots of arguments, right? And you see that in Nuruji's text, right? He has lots of kind of there's one speech in London in 1873 where he's just like critiquing the people have critiqued his national account, right? And they disagree and so on. But just because you disagree doesn't mean that you're not using counting to produce a national economy, right? But this is just my hunch on what they think. But it is a different moment in 1930s, 40s. I'm not saying that what they're saying is wrong. I'm just saying I think that the discussions are happening much, much earlier. And yes, there's perhaps more sporadic. Perhaps they're a little bit they're kind of done in their own little circles, perhaps. But I do think that my research, and this is obviously a really long project, right? And I'm not going to finish this for another 5 years or so, right? But so I think what I'm going to find is I'm going to find more connections internationally between thinkers. Like already a case study I've started on Naruji as well, comparing to an Argentinian individual or someone who becomes Argentinian, but he's European by origin, but he lives most of his life in Argentina, and he produces the first ever national account of Argentina in like 1880 or so. And they both, so this Latzina, if I'm pronouncing it right, and Naruji both use Mulhall as a source, because he does this, it's a dictionary of statistics, and another book comparing national income estimates of different countries. And Mulhall actually talks to this Argentinian, like they actually have an exchange where they disagree on things. Mulhall is so there's an indirect connection there. So there is international, there are international connections that are happening much more, and you just kind of have to look there. And because people haven't really looked, they haven't found it. And I'm going to stop there because I don't want to talk too much.
No, it's very interesting to hear all these details. This kind of comparative study is also, it's useful in seeing at least from what else was happening at the same time elsewhere and all. And I mean, of course, I would like to, I don't think there are right now any questions that have been typed out in the chat. I mean, I know we also have a YouTube kind of a YouTube streaming going on, and there was a question here, but I don't think it has to do with your particular presentation exactly. So
I would be happy to talk to that though, because if you don't mind, it's on the environmental costs of putting environmental costs into GDP. That last question.
Okay. I think, yes, I have just seen, I just saw that right now. Sure, please go ahead. I'll just, if you don't mind, I'll just read out the question because not everyone can view it. That's why, So Ishan is asking the question, on a separate note, have you come across any scholars who might have commented upon inclusion of environment costs in GDP, as we have green GDP today? Could we have historical perspectives on how to incorporate environment in GDP calculations, leading somehow to integrating environmental and social dimensions? And thank you.
This is just like becoming a really big topic in history of economics, and there hasn't really been a project on the history of national accounting, like incorporate the environment into national accounting, but there's like the price of the costs of nature. I think it's a recent book that just came out the end of last year, which I haven't read yet, so I don't have examples yet, but which is supposed to be really, really good, and it's talking about this, so the kind of history of nature in economic theory. And there's a big group now in Paris looking at this, led by Antoine Mismer. And there's one of his PhD students is actually looking at energy in the colonies, and particularly in India, and kind of how energy was dealt with in economic theory by different individuals in India. But nobody's really looked at this, as I said, putting environmental costs into GDP. And so I'm currently starting to see starting a project on that. So I'll just say that really good question, needs to be done, hasn't done yet. I hope to be part of doing it.
That was, I think, a very interesting question, and something because we can also pull kind of national accounting and GDP calculations to the present, and in a sense because it's the entire economy and the notion of growth has become so intrinsic to it, and it is all about GDP and other factors of like I remember our my school time and early some few economics classes where they used to say, is growth and development the same thing, you know? So yeah, so coming to that, and environment now you can't factor, you can't actually really talk about wealth creation without that. So yeah, so I'd also ask, are there any more questions? Yeah, please go ahead, Maria. Yeah.
No, I just was wondering, you know, because I'm just trying to think out loud about who could have mentioned nature, because in this Naruji's estimate, there I don't see it, but I wonder if the other economists at the time, like Renati, talked, because he talked a little bit about iron and so on. So I'm wondering, but I haven't seen it as in part of an accounting exercise. But then now just thinking out loud, Gandhi, who had a very different idea of what development should be in his self-sufficient villages and so on. I wonder if that's not there, but then he wouldn't have come up with a national account, you know, but
yeah. No, so not necessarily. So from what a little bit that I know, sorry if I'm interrupting in and if others have questions, but there's also like Radha Kamal Mukherjee from more like early 20th century and all are speaking about some sort of ecological economics. So the interesting thing is that some of these thinkers, say Gandhi or Radha Kamal Mukherjee, they have this very organicist kind of sense of Indian society and economy, you know, so kind of reliant on social existing hierarchical social institutions like caste and the village, because I mean the village was really imbued with caste hierarchies in that sense. So it's interesting to see how some of these thinkers are also, there might be more, there might be other traditions also within, in terms of bringing ecology into the history of Indian economic thought, which possibly I'm not as aware. I'm sure there must be something that comes also from the anti-caste thinking as well there, but has to be kind of explored, right? Anyway, any more comments, Maria, or any other question? We have like just 2 minutes before we can move to the closing remarks for the day.
But Mukherjee is super interesting. I read his whole works too for my PhD, but did end up putting him in because he's the second generation. But I don't remember the ecological. I should look into that.
Just to mention it, Ishan has also responded saying maybe maybe Buddhist economic thought might have something to say about that. So yeah, that can be I mean that could be considered. Okay. Anyway, so with that, I think we're at the end of the day, of a long day of discussions. And I guess now people are exhausted in a sense to ask more questions. So thank you, Maria. Thanks a lot for your presentation. And thank you to everyone who's been part of our discussions today. And so now I'll hand the stage back to Avaninder to give us the closing remarks for the day.
Thank you, Sharmin. It has been fascinating sessions, I guess, and it was so productive that I could not even leave, for other things. Really amazing. And in fact, what is quite remarkable with this symposium is that it was so diverse in nature. You started papers dealing with emotions, with the personal, taking some, in search of personal life of Keynes, to Islamic thought, economic thought, talking about interest rate theories, and then economies of caste from Ambedkar's writing. Of course, national accounting, which was dealt in her paper, which is from 1850 to 70, which is much before the formal accounting happened by Kuznets and his team in 1913 and all. So all those things are quite diverse, but very strong in delivering some messages. They were very insightful. And in fact, those were so diverse, but yet they were very strongly proposed some very common ideas about it. So one can definitely draw some very important inferences from this symposium, and that's very important because I can highlight three very important aspects from this symposium. The one, most of the times when we talk about economic history or history of economics, we think in a linear way. Most of the textbooks are dealing that in a linear way. So this symposium could be a big critique of that linearity, and it talks about it's much wide, much complex than simply treated linearly as most of the textbooks. Second point, which is non-hierarchical also, because most of the times we also read, okay, classical political economy, you have Marxist, then you have mainstream, then it's over. Okay, Keynes to some extent criticized, then again took over by the mainstream. It's basically a kind of moving in a progression. So this symposium very successfully criticized and in fact challenges the notion of hierarchical nature of history of economic thought. And third point, which is very important in my opinion, is if we look at most of the economic thought papers and books, they are quite Western dominated. So in fact, most of the non-Western, I'm talking about non-Western because though this symposium was primarily focused on Indian thought, but in fact, most of the non-Western thoughts remained marginalized in the main discourse of economic thought. There were many academicians who talked about many economic theories in Africa also, Latin America also, India also, who remained completely marginalized in the main discourse of economic thought. And this, I think, symposium also challenges that very strongly, that typical stereotype Western domination of economic history. And then I think comes the Alex's recommendations that one must challenge the pedagogy of teaching, and in fact one must understand that in what ways history of economic thought must be taught in the classes. So that and in fact very rightly he says that the burden is not simply lying on the history of economic thought, but also on micro, macro and other disciplines, because this is also true for most of other disciplines as well. So those messages are very clear. And in fact, I would like to share a very important quote by Eric Hobsbawm in his book, which I also share with the students also, because Alex says that it's now the entire discipline of history of economic thought is marginalized. So let me just read out a passage from Eric Hobsbawm's Age of Extremes. And maybe that will give a more sense to the importance of this kind of symposium. So it says that, Eric Hobsbawm says that, it was argued with considerable force, not least by James Keynes, who consequently became the most influential economist of the next 40 years, that they were making the depression worse. Those of us who lived through the years of the Great Slum still find it almost impossible to understand how the orthodoxies of the pure free market, then so obviously discredited, once again came to preside over a global period of depression in the late 1980s and 1990s, which once again they were equally unable to understand or to deal with still this strange phenomena. So it's kind of repetition of same mistake, and should remind us of the major characteristics of history, which it exemplifies the incredible shortness of memory of both the theorist and practitioner of economics. It also provides a vivid illustrations of society's need for historians who are the professional remembrancers of what their fellow citizens wish to forget. So I think in that sense, history of economy, historians who are dealing with history of economics are of extreme importance even now. And I think in that sense, this symposium is rightly placed. So by this note, I must congratulate the team, and in fact thank firstly Dipanshu, of course, because his energetic and enthusiastic leadership was key to key for the success of this event. And definitely I understand Sarmin's effort to bringing everyone together and tirelessly moderating the session from the morning. And it's really inspiring. And in fact, you made it possible. And of course, I must thank Polyamory also, because too many times we were dropping mail without even thinking anything. And in fact, used to get a very prompt reply from her and sorting all the problems, sorting out very immediately. And then I definitely thank all our Constellation members, core members, and all entire support team, because without that, without the collective effort, this event could not be successful. Now, I think it's a big success, and I hope that in near future we will have more follow-up on these issues, and we'll come up with a bigger kind of impact on academics related to it. Thank you. And if I miss anything, please, Sarmin, you can add.
No, I think, yeah, Avninder's covered everything and everyone today. So anyway, just as a last remark, thank you to everyone and all the attendees as well. Many of you have stayed through the day and made it a great success. And for all the questions also that have come up through the day, that have really carried the discussion forward. So thank you for all of that, and hopefully in future we should be holding more events, and we should have you in touch. As you can, I think, subscribe to also the Ideas newsletter. You will get more information then. And also tomorrow there is a roundtable as well on the Lok Sabha elections. In fact, Avninder is a part of that again in the panel, so he's having a busy weekend as such. So anyway, it was wonderful to organize the symposium, all the presenters, of course, for coming up with fantastic analysis and papers. So yeah, thank you everyone. And we hope to see all of you participate in future events, and also to have more engagements with people in future. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.